Thank you.
Okay. I'd like to call this meeting to order. The time is 6:14 on 7/29/21. Kate Maloney, can you call roll call?
Sure, and I apologize.
Kate's on her way back to the office. She's having some difficulty at home, and there is no way we're going to stop the meeting for any reasons. We're like the mailman now.
How long do you think it's going to take her to get there?
10 minutes, maybe 15. Do you want to take a break for 15?
Yeah, why don't we all take a break? And it's 6:21 now, so take 10 minutes.
I'm here. I apologize about that.
Okay. Looks like we're ready to go.
Great. Once again, I apologize.
No problem. I called the meeting to order, so we're waiting for a roll call.
Okay. Mr. Fuller.
I'm here.
Mr. Delomo. Absent. Mr. Malta.
Here.
Mr. Minot.
Here.
Mr. Van Wagner. Mr. Ashkenazi. Miss Beal. Here. Mr. Mamie.
Here.
Mr. Worrell.
Here.
I believe that is it.
We have a problem. We're missing 2 board members.
Mr. Manel
Yep.
and Mr. Van Wagner.
Yeah, Jim, you said we were going to go till 6:31. They may be waiting for another minute. It's
Okay.
only 6:30.
Also, Mr. Worrell, while we're waiting, I see that there are people writing in the chat that would need to be turned off. That's not permitted under the rules.
Okay. Kate, you have.
Yep. I believe I'm switching it to no one.
This is Manel. I just heard that I wasn't, or I am here though.
Mr. Manel.
I'm looking for Mr. Van Wagner.
Yeah, Kate, have we turned off the chat?
I believe I have.
I see chat disabled. Looks good.
Okay, good. All right, thanks.
Mhm.
Ron, can you text Mr. Van Wagner? I don't have his number. You're muted, Ron.
I did. He's logging in as we speak.
Okay, thank you very much.
No, There's Mr. Van Wagner logging to audio as we speak, right in the center of in my screen at least.
Okay. Mr. Van Wagner, I just need to say, have you say you're here for the roll call?
Yes, sir, I'm present.
Kate, please let it reflect that Mr. Van Wagner
Can you hear
is
me,
with
Kate?
us.
Yep,
Thank you.
absolutely.
Thank you, sir. Let's go to the flag salute. If you could please say the Pledge of Allegiance to yourself.
Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I would also like to have a moment of silence for our past mayor, William Larkin. Thank you. This notice requirement, the open public meeting law for this meeting has been satisfied. A copy of this notice has been sent to the Asbury Park Press, the Coaster, and the News Channel 12. The board policy is no new cases will be started after 10 p.m. and no testimony after 10:30. Notice that all the meetings will be videotaped, audio taped, and shown on Township Ocean Community Channel. I don't think we do that right now, but anyway, we're good to go. Our continuing case for this evening is the Hillel School Special Meeting, Block 34.03, Lot 2-2.01, 5.01, 5.02, and 6, known as 1205 Deal Road, Ocean, New Jersey, and a Zone R3. This application is being represented by Councilor Jennifer Krimko. Sorry.
It's okay. Thank you, Mr. Worrell. And as you said, Jennifer Krimko from the law firm of Ansel, Grimm and Aaron here on behalf of the applicant. As the board, I'm not going to go into any great lengths of summarizing what has happened up to date, since I think this is our fourth meeting, our third real substantive meeting. At the last meeting, some concerns were raised by the then board engineer, the board planner, members of the public, and members of the board. And as a result, we submitted revised plans, did additional traffic report taking into consideration the development that was approved on Deal in 35, as well as some of the other issues that were raised by members of the public. And what I intend to do tonight is reintroduce the engineer to have him testify to the changes. His testimony was closed at the last meeting, so any questions obviously would only be permitted to relate to that which he's testifying to tonight, which is the changes. The same would go for the traffic engineer. The traffic engineer will testify as to the additions, changes to his studies and report, and address the concerns of the now board engineer in his review letter. And then finally, we have the professional planner who will provide the planning testimony for the justification for the variances. What I would like to do is just quickly move the items that were submitted into evidence so we can rely on them during the hearing. I'd ask that while I'm doing that, Kate make me a co-host so I can share my screen. So A21 are the site plans revised through July 8th, 2021. A22 is the traffic impact study revised through July 8th, 2021. A23 is the stormwater management report revised through July 20th, 2021. A24 is the site driveway line exhibit prepared by Dynamic, dated June 17th, 2021. And then it doesn't appear, let me just double check the date on this, sorry, it's printed pretty small. Okay, then as A25 is, and these were submitted to the board previously, is the site plan rendering and that is dated 7/19/21. A26 is the overall site rendering, and that is also dated 7/19/21. And then A27 is the aerial overlay, also dated 7/19/21. So with that, I would reintroduce to you Matt Sharrow. He's the project engineer. He was sworn at the last meeting. He does remain under oath. So Matt, are you here?
I am here. Good evening.
Okay, good evening. So Matt, on the outset, we got a review letter from CME from Ben Matlack dated July 27, 2021, and there were several pages worth of notes with regard to the stormwater. Can we, to avoid having to go through them in any great length, can we agree to comply with each and every one of his notes?
Yes, we can.
Okay, so if the board were to approve this tonight, we would just ask that it be conditioned on compliance with the stormwater notes in the CME letter. So with that being said, I'm going to share my screen, and this is, I moved in as A25. This is the close-up revised site rendering. If you could share with the board what changes you made. Can everybody see that?
Yep, it just popped up.
Okay, great. So Matt, why don't you walk the board through the changes that you made between this plan and the plan that we went over in April?
Sure. So as Ms. Krimko noted, this is Exhibit A25, site plan rendering prepared by Dynamic Engineering dated 7/19/2021. This is basically a colorized render of the site plans that were submitted. I believe it's Exhibit A21 would be the site plan, the full site plans. It's just colorized and added landscaping to give a good feel for what the property looks like. So I'm going to focus first my attention on the tennis courts. We heard the concerns, the questions from the board professionals, as well as the public. So what we did was we took the tennis courts and rotated them so that they face in a north-south direction. Previously, they faced in a east-west direction with the potential of balls flying into Poplar Road. So now they are facing in the northwest or north-south direction, which is more consistent with tennis court play. What this allowed us to do was a couple things. It allowed us to remove the retaining wall that we had along Poplar Road. If you recall, we had a retaining wall with a 6-foot fence on top. So now we have just the 6-foot estate fence running along Poplar Road with no retaining wall. It also allowed us to add some evergreen buffers along Poplar Road to buffer that tennis court, the tennis court location.
And it pulled it back from Poplar Road as well, so we increased the setback.
Yep, they increased the setback, and that was what allowed us to add the evergreens and additional landscaping between the tennis courts and Poplar Road.
And most importantly, we removed the lights from the tennis court, correct?
Yep, that was my last thing. I was saving the best for last. We removed all the lighting from the tennis courts. So now there will be no lights at all on the tennis courts. So I know there was discussion of turning lights off at a certain time. We've just removed the lights entirely from the tennis courts.
Okay, what other changes did we make?
So the other change we made is down by the firehouse. We worked with Fire Marshal Flanagan to adjust the landscaping on his property in that area, basically to meet the needs of the firehouse. So we worked with him and adjusted that landscaping along that open space at the corner of Poplar and Deal Road.
To make it more low maintenance for them in the long term.
Yep, to make it more low maintenance for long term, just basically to meet their needs on their property.
Okay, and additionally, we're proposing some additional striping as well. There were comments from the public, particularly about how cars are going to make a left turn in, and and the traffic engineer will testify to, but it is on the site plan, and how the that might back up traffic heading north. So what did we do there?
Yeah, so we added a left turn lane into the vacated Poplar Place. There was some concern about cars making the left turn in and how cars would get around them. Vehicles traveling northbound would get around them, and then that would back up Poplar Road. So what we did is we created a left turn lane so that cars are out of the main travel lane, so that there is no backup onto Poplar Road. And again, as stated, traffic engineer here tonight will go into more detail on those design elements.
Right, and then I think equally as importantly as getting rid of the lights on the tennis court, we were able to add parking as well, correct?
Yeah, I believe we talked about that a little bit last time, but we did add 16 more additional spaces to the east of the synagogue, between the synagogue and Poplar Road.
Okay. Okay, I thought that we were able to add more by reducing the size of the parking spaces based on Bill Fitzgerald's recommendation.
Yeah, I believe we covered it last time. I can get that number for you, but in the parking lot, in the main parking lot around the high school and the early learning center, we, based on board recommendation or board professional recommendations, we went from 10-foot wide spaces to 9-foot wide spaces, which allowed us, I believe it was 9 additional spaces.
Okay, and Justin, the traffic engineer, will talk about the parking because there were comments in CME's report to that regard. Is that the sum and substance of the changes that were made?
That is.
Okay. So, Mr. Chair, I'd ask if the board or members of the public have any questions for Mr. Sharrow based on what he just testified to.
And I'd like to just to confirm my numbers for the parking. It was 25 total added. It was 16 next to the synagogue and 9 within the main parking lot of the high school.
Okay, let's start with board member questions only first, please. Any members of the board have a question for this testimony? Okay, no board members. Let's open it up for questions from the public, and please remember, you're asking questions specifically to the most recent testimony, not opinions, not summations, just testimony. Yes, Miss, can't see your name. She's got her hand up.
Stein Terrio.
Miss Terrio.
Yes, hi.
Can you please, yes, before you start, could you please state your name and address, please, for the record?
Nanette Stein Terrio, 8 David Street, Ocean.
Okay.
Okay, my question is with the left turn lane, could you tell, I don't know if it's going to be discussed with the traffic report, but what is the footage of that lane?
Yeah, that is something that the traffic engineer would testify to.
Okay. All right, then I'll ask the traffic engineer. Thank you.
It was an easy one for me.
Okay, next. Ms. Lamberts. Can you, oh, you go. Can you please state your name and address, please?
Marissa Lambert and David Lambert's also here, 3 Kenneth Drive, Ocean.
Okay, and your question for this expert?
Did the new lane configuration take into account the Ocean Township bicycle and pedestrian plan?
That's a question for the traffic engineer as well.
Okay. Okay.
All right, thank you. Any other questions from the public? Please raise your hand so I can see you. I'm losing my screen here for some reason. Anyone else? Okay. That should do it. I need a motion to close. Oh, there's one other hand being raised here. Ms. Lambert again?
Sorry, we were wondering if this witness gets questions about parking.
No, that would be the traffic engineer.
Okay, we'll save it.
All right, I need a motion to close the out.
No, not yet.
Not yet?
Okay, am I muted? Can you hear me?
No, we
Yes,
can
we
hear
hear
you.
Okay, yeah, no, that's, the witnesses testified, cross-examination has been concluded, we go on to the next witness. We don't need any motions.
Before we do, Mark, I'm sorry, it's Rich from Wagner. So what, only questions related to the, I guess I'll call it supplemental testimony?
Correct.
That's correct.
But, okay, I'll reserve then, sorry.
Okay, if there's no one else, let's
It looks
move
like-
on.
Jim, you're muted if you're
It
trying to
looks like Jim
talk.
Higgins is trying to talk.
Now, I would think in the past, and when I'm before other boards, if the board members have questions, whether it doesn't relate exactly to this specific testimony, it's still something that the board member needs to know. And I would think they should be permitted to ask those questions. Well, I'll defer to Mark on that.
We got to defer to Mark on this, guys. Whatever Mark says goes.
Richard, what's your question? Then we can make a determination.
I just didn't want to like reinvent the wheel. I know that, these are difficult times. We're doing this. It's a lot easier when we're live and we have recollection and there's some more symmetry to what we do here. But I just wanted to, want to understand some of the lighting related to the firehouse. I know we talked about lighting being eliminated for the tennis courts, but that we still have, and I would assume a firehouse like we have here needs to be continually lit. And I wasn't sure if I thought I recalled there was some testimony or some concern from the public before in the last hearings about that, but I couldn't exactly be sure. So I didn't want to open up a line of questioning that wasn't allowed. So I was trying to be respectful.
Well, and I can, Mark, I mean, I can attempt that. So what I'm looking to do is.
I can ask if your expert could do it.
No, I understand that, and that's what I'm addressing. I wasn't giving the answer, Mr.
Oh,
Van Wagner. I'm not a lighting expert. What I was suggesting is the reason why we are not introducing Matt for public questioning is because we closed him to the public as to his previous testimony. He was done. He's only being put back up. Obviously, if the board member has a question that's outside of what was testified to tonight, it's the applicant's determination whether or not to put him back up for that affirmative question, and then that would give the public the ability. Otherwise, this would be a never-ending hearing because we would never get to the end because we would be going back to the beginning. I certainly don't have a problem, Mr. Van Wagner, if it's important to you as a board member to know about the lighting for the firehouse, if Mr. Sharrow answers that question.
Yeah, and I really appreciate that. I don't mean to I don't want to be hashing everything. But listen, that's the entrance to Ocean Township for me when I leave my neighborhood, and I want to know about what that cascade is going to look like when it comes off the firehouse when it's as proposed. I thought there were some questions asked last time, but I wasn't positive because I know it was mostly focused on the tennis courts. So again, I just want to understand how well. I guess.
Well, I think the question sounded to me like the question is the light going to cascade off of the firehouse?
Right. Yeah. And what does that look like to the frontage on the corner of Deal and Poplar?
Matt, do you understand the question?
I believe so. So based on our lighting design, there's no overflow of lighting past the property line. The render, if it was put back up, you can see a bit nice open space at the corner. That basically diffuses the light as you get closer to the roadways.
Okay. And you know what else, Jen? I think my question towards that was going to be about the grade as you get to that open space corner, but I don't think that's proper for the expert you have on that. So I'll wait.
Well, no, any grade question is for Matt, but he testified at length at the last 3 hearings as to what that grade is going to be. The plans are pretty clear as to the grading. Again, I think some of us remember that there have been hearings before this board and the planning board that went 12 hearings and 30 hours of testimony. We
Again,
testified at length as to the grading and drainage. We gave you renderings at the last meeting to show exactly to scale what the grading was going to do. I don't think it's appropriate now to go back to that.
okay, so I want to ask a question because you won't let him answer it. So that's, I'll be guided by that. That's fine.
But
It's
however,
not that I'm not letting him answer. I'm looking for some discretion on the board chair's part about not reinventing the hearings, and so we can get to a conclusion with this.
however, if there are questions concerning that, there's no reason that a board member cannot ask our engineer.
Correct.
His opinion as to that. So if you
Right.
want to hold it till later, and when our engineer is involved, we can ask him those questions.
And Rich, just so you understand, the reason why is for everything I introduced Matt to discuss, he then has to be opened back up to the public for that, and it really becomes a never-ending cycle.
I
So-
appreciate what you're trying to do. I'm not trying to disabuse that or abuse that. I mean, so yeah, I think Mark's right. I'll wait till our professional and bring it out then, but thank you.
Are there any other questions for Matt? Okay, I'd like to reintroduce Justin Taylor.
Has Justin been before us before?
Justin was before the board at length. He was our traffic engineer then, and he is returning. He remains under oath.
Okay, go ahead,
Correct.
Counselor.
Thank you. So Justin, after the last meeting and after hearing the comments from the board's professionals, as well as the public, we then met in technical review again with Mr. Higgins and Mr. Fitzgerald, and they further expressed some traffic concerns. So what did you do between that hearing and now, and what are your conclusions?
Sure. Actually, if you could throw up A25, Jen, I'll address the plan changes that were associated with the traffic. As Mr. Sharrow alluded to, we did revise the proposed striping along Poplar Road. We heard the concerns of the residents that travel Poplar Road and about them being delayed behind vehicles waiting to turn left into the site. So we took a hard look at what we could do along Poplar with the striping, and we're able to introduce a northbound left turn lane with stacking of 50 feet through that area, as well as a transition between the two left turn lanes, and still maintain a 322-foot left turn lane for the southbound approach to Deal Road.
And Justin, about 50 feet for the left turn lane, knowing that the car making the left is going to be inching up, that's approximately fits 3 cars there, because I anticipate that's going to be a question.
Yep, that's correct. As they're turning in, you could fit between 2 and 3 cars in that area. We also, based on the analysis, have 95th percentile queue lengths of 1 to 2 vehicles. So we feel that this is sufficient to handle the demand that will be there at the school in completion of the project.
And you had testified at the last meeting, and I'm just, going to Ms. Lambert's question. You had testified at the last meeting that the bicycle lane in this intersection would not be appropriate based on the current geometry and configuration and amount of right-of-way. Is that correct?
That is correct. The configuration at the intersection, the left turn lane and the 2 through lanes do not afford the width to construct bike lanes through this area.
Whether we did this application or not?
That's correct.
Okay, additionally, though, we're not increasing the roadway width or making any changes. We're just changing the striping within the travel path. So in the future, if the municipality ever wanted to do a study and add a bike lane there, they certainly could.
That's correct.
Subject, obviously, to fixing those deficiencies at the intersection.
That's correct.
Okay.
So that's essentially the plan changes associated with the traffic portion of the project. You can just leave this up if you want.
Okay, sure.
But we also updated our traffic impact study based on some of the requests and concerns we heard at the last meeting. We obtained and included the traffic associated with the project approved at the corner of Deal Road and Route 35. we additionally performed what are called gap analyses at the location of Poplar Road and Poplar Place. And what a gap analysis is a physical representation of someone sitting out there and counting the available space, the distance between vehicles throughout the time, through the peak hours of the school, to determine how many gaps are available for vehicles to exit Poplar Place onto Poplar Road. This was a concern of the board engineer. And so we provided that information within the traffic study. We did determine that there are more than sufficient gaps in the traffic stream to accommodate the existing and the projected traffic for the project. We also conducted parking counts at the facility. There was some concern raised with utilizing the calculations that we had. And so we wanted to go out and document the parking demand that's generated on the site. We had conducted these previously in 2019. We went back out and picked up several more days in May of 2021 and compared the two of those over the time and the employee count or staff count for the facility. What we found is in 2019, the average demand over the 3 days that we collected data was approximately 216 vehicles. In 2021, the average demand was 227 vehicles on the site. This represents an increase of 11 parked vehicles. And in looking at the growth of the school in that same time, we find that it directly correlates to the increase in staffing level. When we did the counts in 2019, there were 185 staff members. Now in 2021, when we conducted the counts, there were 198 staff members, which is an increase of 13 staff over that time. And so you can see that the parking demand generated by the facility is really driven by the staffing levels of the site. Now you'll remember that, and as Mr. Shara had just testified to, we are providing 353 parking spaces on the site. At full build out of the site, we project 245 staff members, 20 visitor spaces, 50 seniors that are going to be given permission to park on the site. That equates to 315 spaces, right? 315 spaces. What this gives us is a surplus of 38 parking spaces on the site to accommodate any additional demand that might be generated. And so based upon the numbers that we saw and we physically counted, as well as the demand that we project based on utilization of the site, we continue to feel that the parking provided would be more than sufficient to support the demand of the project. Based on all that, what we find is the conclusions of the previous study, as well as the previous testimony provided for it, continue to remain consistent. There will be sufficient parking to accommodate the demand of the project. There's adequate capacity in the roadways, and the driveway is going to operate safely and efficiently as designed.
So, okay, one of the questions that was raised by Ben at CME, a main one that he had, was the increase in delay of cars heading westbound on Deal Road.
Yep,
And
I'm getting that.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Sorry, I had to pause and move on to page 2 of my notes.
Sorry about that.
So essentially, our study and our plan was reviewed by CME, and they did issue a review letter for the proposed project. There is a traffic section associated with that, detailing A through L, I believe, comments on the traffic study and traffic-oriented portions of the project. And I can say that for the vast majority of those, we can easily comply with them, or there's been previous waiver testimony provided by the site engineer or myself to address all of their comments. There's one comment that we need to discuss, and there's several that require additional testimony that I'd like to go through now. But for the vast majority, we can comply with the comments that they had. Ms. Krimko alluded to the approach of the westbound traffic at Deal Road and Poplar Road. This is comment D within the CME review letter. And they expressed some concern about the increase in delay that would be associated with the project on that approach. So what we did was to go back and take a hard look at what could be done at the intersection to reduce that delay on the westbound approach.
And wait, let me just point out that that delay has nothing to do with any traffic that we're adding. It has to do with how we adjusted the signal to ensure that the traffic coming out of our site wasn't going to create a problem, right?
That is correct. It's the westbound through movement, which none of our traffic would utilize.
Okay.
But what we did is, like I said, take a hard look at what could be done at this intersection to improve the operation and address that concern. And what we developed was the introduction of what's called a protected left turn phase, or basically a green arrow, for the northbound and southbound approaches to this intersection of Poplar Road. And what that'll do is allow the northbound and southbound lefts to go by themselves and clear out the approaches to Poplar Road and Roller Road. Thus, we could then take some of the timing and give it back to the eastbound and westbound phases of the project. I would say that this is going to require improvements, physical improvements at the intersection, which the applicant is willing to do. We're going to have to replace some of the signal heads that currently only have 3 sections and provide a left turn arrow so that the vehicles know that they have the protected movement. We also are most likely going to have to construct a new signal pole to align those heads in the correct locations over the lanes. And this is something, again, that the applicant is willing to do. But with the introduction of those improvements and the new turn phase, we can then get the intersection to meet DOT operational criteria and reduce that delay that had been imposed on the westbound approach.
Okay, and so you're stipulating, or I can say that we're stipulating that if the board were to vote favorably, we would agree, although we would typically only be required for a proportionate share to fund 100% the new signal head in order to effectuate this dedicated left turn or green arrow.
That's correct.
Okay.
One of the other comments within the CME letter that required just a little extra testimony was the trip generation that was used for the project. As we had discussed at the last meeting, we had developed trip generation rates based upon vehicle occupancy, bus occupancy, and drop-off characteristics of the site. We were asked to, and we did take a look at a comparison to the Institute of Transportation Engineers trip generation projections for the proposed project. Now, when you look at the ITE manuals, they provide a land use code of 536 for private school K through 12, which is what this project would qualify as. The data, as I previously testified, is really limited for this land use. There just isn't a lot of data that's been submitted to the ITE for this type of use. There's 3 to 5 studies within the manual. If you were to look at the number of students, and there's even less than that if you were to take the square footage as the independent variable that we would look at. I want to quote the trip generation handbook, the 3rd edition of ITE, when they talk about when you should be using site-specific data versus the data provided in the manual. And it says that they recommend that local data be collected when, quote, data plot has only 1 or 2 data points and preferable 5 or fewer. It goes on to say, if local circumstances, such as the site setting or context, age of residence, worker shifts, area type, parking conditions, or business activity indicate study site may have different trip making characteristics than the baseline sites for which data were collected and reported in the manual. So what we did is we looked at the trip generation that we had as counted for the school back in 2019 when at the inception of the project. We know that there were 891 students at that time, and we know what the trip making characteristics of the school are because we physically counted them at the driveways. The existing count says in the morning, we had 286 trips, right? Now, if we would take the same number of students and apply the rates associated with the ITE land use code, it would project 713 trips, or almost 2.5 times what we find on the ground at our school. And so when you look at that, the PM is a little less drastic. The PM would be 208 as counted to 463 as projected, but it's still more than double what we know that the school is generating. And so the comparison of the two shows that the ITE data really isn't accurate in projecting what this school would generate in its expansion and in its current state. So based on that, we went and continue to feel that the utilization of the site-specific data as documented in the traffic study should be used for projecting the traffic for the site.
And when you say the traffic study, you're talking about 2 counts in 2019 and then again in 21. So it's one study, but there were counts.
Yes, I mean, there were traffic counts done in 2019.
Correct.
And there was the gap analysis done currently in 2021.
Right.
And I wanted to walk through, I know at the last hearing, we went back and forth a little bit on this, so I thought I might just want to explain a little further the trip generation process that we used to get to our projected volumes. So for the new part of the school and the total, we project 709 new students. We have 891 when we did the counts, 1,600 is the max. So we have 709 new students. We have 60 new projected staff at the full build out. We took those and divided them up by grade level, both for the staff and the student population. We then assumed that every staff member is driving by themselves to and from the site, right? So each staff member constitutes a trip to and from the property. Based on current data, 5 to 10% of the kids are dropped off at the school. So in order to use conservative numbers, we assume that 10% would be dropped off because that actually generates the most amount of new traffic coming to the site. They also average 2 to 4 children per vehicle. And in order to, again, maximize the trip generation we're looking at, we assumed 2 students would be in each vehicle. And then we utilized, based on the busing that they have, 40 students per bus for the remainder of this, the increase in the student population. So to break that into an example of one of the peak hours, for the morning peak hour, it's assumed that every student and staff in every grade level would be entering the site. It doesn't quite fall within an hour, it's about an hour and 15 minutes, but to be conservative, again, we said all of them are going to be coming in during that morning peak hour. So 60 new staff represents 60 new entering trips. 709 students, 10% of that would be 71 students. They would be dropped off because we're using 2 per vehicle. That's 36 new trips coming in. That would, the remainder would be 638 students, all of them being bused. So at 40 students a bus, that's an additional 16 buses. We then added 50 trips for the seniors that'll be driving, right? So we have all that. If you have 60 staff, 36 parental drop-off, 16 buses, and 50 seniors, you have a total of 162 new entering trips during the morning peak hour. Now going out, the only people that are leaving during that morning are the parental drop-off and the buses. So you only have 52 exiting vehicles, right? And so those numbers are what are documented within the traffic study for the new traffic that's going to be utilizing the site in the morning peak hour. And the similar methodology was used for the other 2 peak hours based on the dismissal times of the various grade levels. And so that mathematical calculation of new trips is how we obtained the trip generation for the site and then utilize that within the build analyses for the project.
And also just, it's one step even more conservative. It assumes 100% attendance by the kids every day.
It does. It also assumes 100% staffing, independent driving, no carpooling, no
Right.
ride sharing, that sort of thing. But we really wanted to have a worst case scenario analysis here. And all that is documented within the traffic study. So I hope that clears up a little bit of how we got, one, why we used the trip generation that we did, two, how we arrived at the numbers that are documented within the study. And the final piece within the CME letter that required some additional testimony was M. And M says, basically the applicant's engineer should include do not block the box striping for the firehouse entrances. And so we looked at that and we had a conversation with Mr. Flanagan about the need for this. And we really determined that it isn't essentially needed for his operation for two reasons. First of all of the exiting traffic will be utilizing Deal Road. There will be no exiting traffic for calls that will be going out of the Poplar Road driveway. So everybody will be exiting the Deal Road. The other thing is every one of their vehicles have preemption, which allows the vehicle to shut down essentially the signal at Deal and Poplar and provide all red signal indications to allow the vehicles to safely exit the fire station. So based upon those two factors, we really didn't feel that the do not block the box striping was actually necessary for the safe operation of the driveway. And that essentially touches upon all the comments that CME had and summarizes the additional analyses that we performed based upon the comments raised by the board and the public at the last meeting.
Okay, great. Mr. Chair, I would open them to questions from the board.
All right, thank you, Mr. Taylor. Board members, does anyone from the board have a question for this expert?
I have a few, but I'll defer in case anyone else goes first.
I do, Chair Worrell.
Go ahead, Ms. Beal.
I have a question, and I'm sorry, on my screen, it gets a little blurry when I enlarge it, but so you mentioned the only way to exit will be Deal Road, and the only entrance will be, that's Poplar Place, the second one, correct?
So the access, so that's for emergency calls, essentially. The fire station, we're discussing the fire station. The fire station, Jen, if you want to put back up.
Yeah, I will. And Ms. Beal, the school has no access to Deal Road. This is only the fire department.
Okay, so
Give me 1 second, I'm sorry, and I'll point it out with my cursor.
Thing is, you guys are saying Poplar Place. Do you mean Poplar Road where you access onto? Because I think
Yes.
is built. I mean,
so I guess okay, so right there, that section there is only the firehouse.
Correct.
And there's no, if I'm looking at it correctly, there's no way to get to any part of the school. So anyone
That's correct.
coming or going is only coming or going to the firehouse.
Correct.
So then there's only one entrance for the school.
Correct. That's
Poplar Place.
What we're proposing to have vacated, so then the municipality doesn't have to pay for its maintenance and snow plowing and the like. It would just become part of the property. Yes.
Okay, and so then because of the cars that would turn, I'm sorry, I'm a visual person. So left onto Deal Road, there's only room for three cars max if they were turning left onto Poplar. So there's no wiggle room with that little yellow area.
Okay. May I just ask you a question? When you're saying left onto Deal Road, I think you mean left from Poplar Road into our site?
Right. So if people wanted to turn left onto Deal Road, they have a large or a long lane to get into.
Yes.
Versus if they wanted to turn left onto Poplar, only 3 cars at a time would be able to
Well, right. So
get into
Justin, first, and just so it's clear, the only people turning into Poplar Place would be the people using the school.
That's correct.
Okay,
It's not for the public because the Poplar Place, Justin, only goes to the school and the synagogue. It's not a throughway.
That's correct.
And based on, and I know you said it, and I know that it was a lot of words. So you had done your 95th percentile conservative analysis as to the number of vehicles that would ever stack to make that left turn into our site during the peak hour. And I think you indicated it was 2.
Yes, one to two vehicles is the 95th percentile queues for
okay,
all 3 peak hours.
thank you.
Okay, any other board member have a question for Mr. Taylor?
I have a few.
Okay, Mr. Van Wagner, you're up.
Mr. Wagner, do you want me to leave up the drawing?
Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you.
All right, just because I can't see you guys when I do that.
Well, you know what? I don't really need it if you'd prefer to see
No,
me.
now I can. I didn't know I had it, whatever. I just learned a new setting. Go ahead.
Bill's question was like, because I think that because I live right near here, so Poplar Place is really just the entrance to the school on Poplar Road, which we all know is different. So we're talking northwest, east, south. I think that gets mixed up. But one of the things I want to ask about, so, you know, we talked about ingress and egress from the site, but the site also asked us several years ago to close off the entrance from Deal Road, correct? That was a separate variance. I might be.
I don't know that it would have been a variance to close off an entrance.
Deal Road, where just past the firehouse,
Yeah.
where now it's gated off. You use.
That was a condition of prior approvals.
That's
Yeah,
right.
but it's not that we asked for it. I think it was a condition
Yeah.
that the board didn't want any traffic from the school coming and going on Deal Road.
Correct.
Understood. It was a condition as part of approving the ingress and egress off of Poplar Road, where we had some other conditions as well connected when we did the synagogue on a separate application as well, right? So my point is, we closed off an ingress egress part from Deal Road to acquire it from Poplar Road now.
Right?
This is, I'm not setting you up. I'm just asking, like, that was because like people are talking about Poplar Place, Poplar Road. So that's where now we've readjusted the traffic in and out of the site off of Poplar Road only. And that's been that way about what, 5 years, 7 years now?
Yeah, it's been that way for a while. And I think the impetus for closing that off was to keep the students from driving through the firehouse site.
Okay, understood. So, and that's where we run along the back of it. So I believe the traffic expert indicated earlier to answer one of Jim's concerns about sufficient gaps to allow for that traffic to come in and out of that area. You said that there were more than sufficient gaps to allow for it. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. What do you mean by that?
Sure. So when we went out and we counted the gaps, we looked at basically the traffic going northbound and southbound along Poplar Road and the ability for a vehicle to make a left out of the site. Making a right out of the site is not nearly as challenging. You don't have to wait for gaps in both directions. So what we do is look at the combined gap, making sure that there's not a vehicle coming from the north and not a vehicle coming from the south. Based on the observations we did, in the morning peak hour, there are 153 available gaps for a vehicle to exit onto the road during that hour. And there's a demand of 51 left turning vehicles. So there are 3 times the amount of gaps necessary for vehicles to exit left out of the site. Similarly, in the afternoon or the school peak hour, there are 109 available and 71 required. And in the evening, there are 83 available and 57 required. So
I'm sorry, were you done, sir?
I was just saying, during each of the peak hours, we have sufficient gaps in the traffic flow to accommodate the full build out of the project.
And when you say afternoon, are you talking about lunchtime or are you talking about the end of the school day around 2:45 or 3?
That's the afternoon school peak hour.
Well, I'm asking you what you define the peak hours. Is it lunch or the end of the day? Because you,
So we looked at, give me 1 second. I'm just trying to, we looked at the dismissal times of some of the earlier grades at the facility, but I just need to pull up this specific point in here.
you know, I could ask it another way for you. Is your testimony that at 12:45 to say 1:30, that there is not sufficient traffic coming out of that site going north and south, buses and or cars, that it would not impact the traffic problems or the traffic there at that time?
So the purpose behind the gap analysis was to look at the available gaps in the traffic that's out there to see whether there was enough room for the vehicles to be able to exit our site. We looked at 7 a.m. to 9:30 a.m. and we looked between 2:30 and 5:30 p.m. And that's because it encompasses the arrival at the school and the dismissal, the busiest hour of dismissal for the afternoon and the evening.
Justin, I think you just need to explain something. And Mr. Van Wagner, the gap analysis was based on Bill's concern that there would never be a break in traffic in order for cars to get out of our site.
Understood.
So it isn't about the gap analysis is about the availability of our traffic to pull onto the street as opposed to impact per se. Is that correct, Justin?
Yes.
Right. So I get that. That's why my second question had to do with impact. My second question, because it's opened up the way in which he talked about how we ingress and egress out. My second question is in terms of impact. You're talking, I mean, I heard three things. You said morning, afternoon, sorry, see alerts going on. Talked about morning, afternoon, evening. I think what you mean is, yeah, well, what it sounded like, and I won't put words in your mouth, you said 7:30 to 9:30 and then 2:30 to 5:30. I'm asking you specifically, since I live here and deal with it, from about 2:45 until about 4, are you suggesting that the traffic coming in and out of the site will not impact the traffic that's already going north and south on Poplar Road?
Yes, that's correct. That's based upon the capacity analyses that we've conducted and submitted. There's capacity in the roadways to accommodate the traffic associated with the existing and the proposed school.
Right. So your testimony is there's zero impact on exacerbation wise on what we're already dealing with north and south at that time from 2:45 to say 4 with the proposed addition to the school.
No, and then that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying, one vehicle, you're going to see one vehicle, right? What I'm saying is there's capacity in the roadways to accommodate the additional traffic.
That's not the question I'd asked. I asked you whether or not the impact on traffic going north and south, whether it would be exacerbated or alleviated by this proposed expansion of the school. It's a very simple question.
So I believe that the improvements that we are now proposing and have previously proposed at the intersection are going to have a dramatic improvement on the operation of that intersection.
On the operation of the intersection or the ingress and egress out of Poplar Place onto Poplar Road?
I think the proposed addition of separate left and right turn lanes, as well as a northbound left turn lane into the site, are going to further improve the operation of the intersection of our driveway and Poplar Road.
So let me ask you another question. Now you talked about east and west and traffic signals. You talked about how much you're going to improve the intersection in terms of investment into these new signals. The DOT has to approve that though, right? You don't have control over that part. Is that correct?
No, that's not correct at all. The signal is under the control of the township and would need to be approved by the township.
Completely under control. You don't need any DOT approval whatsoever to change those traffic poles, location, and the signaling.
No, I do not. We don't. It's completely up to the township. It's under their jurisdiction.
Okay. And you mentioned the well, actually, I think you explained that earlier about the recalculation under ITE. So I guess the last question I had is you gave some testimony about the number of cars coming in and out of the site, mostly related to staff, 50 plus additional seniors may be driving. In your analysis, and I really am, forgive me because I can't recall, but did that include the buses coming in and out? Because you said only, which surprises me because I see a lot more. You said, was it 16 buses?
Yes.
There's only 16 buses that come in and out.
16 new buses, Mr. Van Wagner. He was talking about additional traffic.
Okay. So
He said that numerous times.
all right, Jen, well, I'm asking it again, okay?
Yeah.
Because I'm gonna. Okay, so 16 new buses in addition to how many buses that are already coming in now?
I don't have that number at my fingertips. Those numbers are within the traffic counts that we propose and are included in our traffic study. But I don't have the number at my fingertips.
But from an impact standpoint, what's existing is already being
I'm gonna
realized.
ask you that. I'm not gonna take your testimony for it. I'm sorry.
I'm asking
Yes, no, I mean-
Justin a question. I was actually asking Justin a question. Justin, from an impact study, it's not what's existing there because that's already going towards the capacity on the roadway. What a traffic expert looks at is what the new trips are going to be, correct?
That's correct. And the vehicles within that traffic flow, if we give 1 second, actually, if you give me a couple minutes, I can pull this number up for you. I believe we have it separated into heavy vehicles. Just bear with me.
Okay, while you're doing that, can I ask Jen a question?
Yes, go ahead,
Sure.
Mr. Stomberg.
Okay, you're on our CME report.
No, I have, wait a minute, hold on one second.
You with me, Jen?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Someone from the public wasn't on mute. That's what happened.
Okay, I see under the traffic analysis, which starts on page, I guess it starts on page 7. When we go to page 9, our office has the following comments about parking. No, that's okay. We'll talk about that. No. I apologize. Let's
Yeah, no,
go.
we addressed all of that.
Okay. All right, but then they asked for. Okay, I thought I saw.
There was something about landscaped islands, and no, we're not proposing landscaped islands, right, Justin?
We are not, no.
Okay.
Okay, and we had already said that we reduced the parking spaces to 9 by 18 based on Bill's recommendation.
But I'm talking specifically about paragraph H as in Harry.
That's what I was just reading from, Mark.
Well, they're not delineated. Are you gonna delineate those spaces? I mean,
Yes. I mean, we can comply with essentially all of these, minus the couple that we already put testimony in for the waiver requests. I can go point by point if you would like.
no, I know what they are.
Okay.
So then basically all the other, now which one are you not doing? Curb landscape islands?
Yeah,
Yeah.
so H4, we are not doing. The H5, where we talk about the parking space size, we had 10 by 18, we reduced them to 9 by 18 at the recommendation. So we'd be requesting that waiver. And I believe that's it in that section.
All right, we can comply with the van accessible spaces.
Yep, it's there. We just need to dimension it so it's clear.
Right.
Okay.
You're gonna delineate guest parking, number II,
Yep.
pedestrian walkway.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay, yeah, so, all right, okay, and then parking spaces on the corner of the parking lot should be offset by the edge of the curb to allow vehicles to back out easy. You're gonna do all that.
Yep,
That's,
we're
Yes,
gonna
correct.
do all that. That's correct.
that's number 8, okay. Okay,
So
you're gonna do
In-
signage, the rest of these, except for M, I guess?
that's correct.
Okay, the rest of these except for M, and you explained your reasoning for M. Okay,
So looking at the traffic counts that we conducted, I don't have that broken down by hour. It's over the full time period that we counted. So in the morning, over the 2 hours that we counted, there were a total of 14 buses. And over the 4 hours that we counted in the afternoon, there were 37 buses.
Mr. Royal, can I ask a follow-up question to that? Because it was kind of along our line of discussion before we rerouted.
Absolutely, Mr. Van Wagner, go ahead.
So, you had discussed earlier that there were 16 buses initially, and you weren't sure what the calculation of additional buses would be, or maybe have that reversed. But either way, that's between 7:30 and 9:30. Don't they all have to be? And again, I know the school runs year round with different summer hours, but don't they all have to be kind of condensed within a similar period of time? Why would 2 hours account for?
The answer to that is no, because of the various grade levels and the various drop off and pickup times for the grade levels, they're actually not condensed.
Okay.
Right? Early learning arrives between 8:45 and 9:20, and the other elementary and middle school arrives between 7:40 and 8:10. So they're actually broken out over a longer period of time. But by counting from 7 to 9, what we do is pick up the peak arrival of the school, but also the peak commuting hour of the surrounding roadways.
And the accumulation of all the buses, I guess.
Correct. Yep.
Okay, got it. Aggregate, if you will. So, where do the buses go after they drop the kids off?
I'm not sure.
See, if you drive by, you can see they're all stacked in what is now Poplar Brook and unoccupied. At least that's, again, Jen, to your next objection, that's my observation only. But
You're, as a board member, Richard, you're allowed to make any observation you want.
Thank you. And I'm saying, but I want to be fair to you. I think I see at least a dozen of 14 buses in the what is that, that refuse area that's behind Poplar Brook, that borders Poplar, Copper Gables, that borders Poplar Road. At least 14 to 16 buses that sit there every day in the summer when we're not even talking peak hours of the regular school.
Well, what I can tell you is that the summer is for camp. We don't have, no, what I'm just saying.
When there's a firehouse there, I wonder where they're going to be. So I think we have a lot of discussion. All right, go ahead.
Well, what I was going to offer was that the summer camp operation is not what we're here for. We're here for the school operation. And
so camp operated by someone else?
Yes, the camp is operated by someone else.
So all those buses are different.
Are all camp related, and they all came in for their own separate approvals, unrelated to these approvals. And our school doesn't have operation in the summer.
But your school leases to them.
Correct.
And they get paid for that lease.
Yes.
Okay, what I'm saying, do they have you said they don't have operational control. I get that, but they have
I didn't say they didn't have operational. That's not, Richard, that's not what I said. I did not say they don't have operational control. I don't know what you heard. That's not what I said. What I said was, we don't operate in the summer, meaning there is no school traffic, no school buses. It is only done by the camp. The camp.
Yeah, Richard, there is a separate approval for that camp. What I'm getting to is that's something that should be looked at, definitely, but probably not as part of this application. That's the problem.
I don't know how you can distinguish it as not part of the application when you have a pecuniary interest in the lease that you hold through the summer operations as well. You can't separate it all out and say that they don't operate as one site. That's my point.
No, the point I'm making is that they're probably parking in that parking lot illegally right now because it's probably not permitted by the resolution.
And there's 16 buses at least every day I go by.
Yeah.
And we're not seeking approval for any summer activities related to this expansion. The existing summer activities are governed by another resolution And if there's an issue and they're in violation, then that's an enforcement issue. The fact that we have a pecuniary interest in it is relevant only to the effect if we get a citation. It's not relevant to the application that's before you.
Well, I like your very, I mean, that's a great analysis point, but I'm not so sure practically I agree with it.
Okay, but
Maybe,
again,
maybe the simpler question would be, where are the buses going to be parking for the school?
they leave. There are no buses that remain on site for the school.
And then we'd have to research whether or not there is any type of regulations we have on the camp on the previous approval. But for the
Correct.
school purposes, the buses come and go. So is that a double entry and exit that was calculated?
Yes, that was incorporated into the analyses.
But for this purposes, Richard, there is no bus parking on site. We'll have to look into what approval we gave the other one, the camp, for purposes of parking. Now, I would assume that some of the testimony in the camp was that there may be X amount of kids, and I think we regulated the number at some point.
Mark, I don't want to go into again.
I don't want to get into the camp stuff, and I diverged, and I'll stop there so you don't have to. I was going to say, what I was trying to get to is, as an example, I didn't think about the disassociation with the camp, but those buses staging there in the summer, I think I heard your experts say that 16 additional buses, in addition to what is about 37 now? So would that be 53 buses in and out, or am I way off?
That would be over the span of 4 hours.
Right.
53. So there was 37 over that. And then hold on, because if we're going to take the whole 4 hours, the number of buses coming in, that actually increases. So in the afternoon, right, we have 9 buses for the afternoon school peak, which is the early learning and the elementary. And in the PM peak, you have another 5. So if in the morning you have 16 coming in, because all the schools arrive within that hour and 15 minutes. In the afternoon, we have a much more dispersed dismissal. So as a traffic engineer, we don't usually look at the full hours. We boil it down to one specific hour, because that's how our analyses is governed by the FHWA.
However, can I stop you there? But is it practical though? I mean, that's how it's defined. But if you live here and you drive in and out, I don't care how it's defined, you've got 50 buses coming in and out over like 2 hours, in addition to the rest of the traffic. And if you're telling me that's not, then I just want you to say it.
That's not an accurate representation. That's not what he testified to. Justin, could you say it again, please? We're not having 50 buses coming in and out in 2 hours, correct?
That's correct.
How many are you?
So in the morning peak hour,
I want to know 2:30 to 4.
2:30 to 4, 9.
Only 9 buses coming in.
Only 9 buses.
That's during the elementary school year, we'll call September to say May. You're telling me that 9 buses only come in and out of that site from 2:30 to 4 p.m.
Over the peak hour, right? The PM peak hour that we looked at, right? The school peak hour from 2:15 to 3:15, we have 9 buses.
2:30.
9 new buses or 9 total?
9 new buses.
2:30 to 4:30. That's all I'm asking. 2:30 to 4:30. Give me that.
I don't have that analysis broken into that, so I can get you that number. Again, because of the traffic engineering mechanism of studying traffic impact, right, as we're required to do, we look at a peak hour. And so we picked the worst case peak hour in the afternoon, the school dismissal, that encompassed 2 of the branches of this facility in their egress movements. Right?
Justin, we're going to add traffic. We're adding traffic to the roads, right?
That's correct.
There's no question. So if a board member believes that the addition of any traffic to a road is a negative impact, then under that theory, we're adding traffic to a road. We're not claiming we're not adding traffic, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So let's be clear. We are adding buses to the road and we are adding traffic to the road. But what the testimony is that between the existing gap availability and the improvements that we're making with regard to the light signal as well as the new striping, the roadways can accommodate it.
Sure.
That's
Is that
correct.
correct?
And the operation will be improved.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, that's not selling me, so I live right here, and just what you, I appreciate your candor there, Jen, but I don't see how that can improve anything.
Okay, well, does the board have a traffic engineer that disagrees? What does the board engineer say? Because to say that we're disregarding an expert who did all of these studies because you just don't buy it,
Do that later.
is disingenuous.
Finish your testimony. Well, I understand that was my fault. I didn't mean to say that. It was not my place and I shouldn't, but
But you did state it on the record. So the question is, we had a review from your engineer and he did not disagree with the analysis. So you have two traffic engineers confirming analysis.
no, I don't have to go back and look. I don't know if you disagree. I don't know what.
We just went through his letter in its entirety and addressed every single comment he had.
So
And there was nothing in here that
So your testimony is that that you're adding traffic to the situation, but it's not going to be that bad.
No, what his testimony is that we're adding traffic, but with the changes that we're making to the intersection, we are actually improving the traffic situation overall. Is that correct, Justin?
Yes, that's correct.
Can I ask one question that may clarify? Oh, no, you go ahead, Ben. Go ahead.
Okay. I do agree with the traffic engineer's testimony. I had a conversation with Mr. Sharrow and Mr. Taylor before this meeting, and we went in detail, discussed their proposed modifications to the traffic report and their improvements that they're proposing at the signalized intersection. And I agree that what they're proposing now is an improvement upon what was previously presented to the board. Based on what we've looked at, the level of service at the intersection is maintained or improved in each phase, the AM peak, the PM peak. So I agree with the traffic engineer's testimony.
Can I ask you, Ben, to what degree is it improved? If you can, okay, I know that's a subjective kind of question. I'm sorry to put you on the spot, but it's improved to what degree?
Well, like as we noted in our report, and it was discussed, we noted that there was a 22-second increase in the westbound traffic based on the signal timing modifications that were originally proposed. Originally, there were no improvements proposed to the traffic signal, just a modification of timing to allow traffic flow along Poplar Road. What the applicant is now proposing is additional a left turn signal, additional improvements to the actual signal that will enhance the operation of the intersection compared to what was previously proposed. Not necessarily compared to what exists today, but compared to what was previously proposed, it's an improvement. However, comparing what exists today to what the end result is going to be using what they're proposing right now, the level of service is maintained, and the any increase in delays falls within the NJDOT requirements for traffic analysis.
Thank you, Ben. So what you're saying, basically, if I can, again, I'm not putting words in your mouth, is that their proposed addition is not going to make it substantially worse, but it's not making it better.
We never said it was making it better. We agree with you. We're not making it better than it is today.
Heard a question, Ben.
That's correct. And as Mr. Taylor talked about before, the way traffic analysis works is that you look at the capacity that the road is able to handle. You know, every road is when you do, you know, city planning, you anticipate the amount of traffic that each use is going to generate on your roads. So I'm not going to get into the whole background of it, but
Get all that. I'm an attorney by trade. I'm not as good as some of the ones on here, but and I get how we need to present these things. We have a lot of folks in the public who are here who are very concerned about this, and all I'm trying to do is be practical. Practically speaking, we're not going to see or really notice any big difference with 22 seconds or maybe even half that sometimes, based upon this additional increase in capacity to that site as proposed. I mean, from a practical standpoint, it's not going to alleviate what we have there. I get you're saying, and Jennifer's point too, and I do get it, is that we're not really adding much. Our improvements will sort of alleviate some of what we're adding, but it's not improving anything. And in fact, it's adding to it. So who knows?
Well,
that's where we're at. I mean,
and again, if
Mr.
I
Fuller, you
may.
have a question?
Well, if I may, Mr. Worrell, just because I want our application to be clear what we're putting forward.
I have another board. Let's wrap this up. I have another board member with a question. You've been going back and forth here.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Ms. Krimko.
What I was going to offer is that's exactly what our intention is and what is required by all development, is that we're not here to fix the underlying problems of the infrastructure that exists within the town. What our obligation is to not make it worse. So you are correct, Mr. Van Wagner. By making these changes, it's a wash. So our addition and bringing these new students in will have no negative impact, no cognizable negative impact because of the improvements. We're basically maintaining everything the way it was within acceptable levels. And if it appeared that we were saying it any other way, I apologize, but our goal was to demonstrate that our proposal is not having a negative impact. We're not making it worse.
Well, I mean, that's your position. I understand, Jim. I'm sorry about taking up too much time.
No, I just, Mr. Mr. Fuller has been raising his hand very patiently, so I just wanted him to jump in on this conversation. Mr. Fuller.
Thank you. Yeah, I just had a quick question for Justin, maybe then Ben. I might throw it to you as well. Last meeting, I think you agreed. I said, well, you know, maybe what you're talking about for the for Poplar might benefit the town either way. It's something that could go in right now and make the situation better. And you agreed. I wonder if you would say the same thing if that's the traffic light changes, if that's also something that really ought to happen either way, no matter what, to make that intersection work better.
So I can touch on this, and then Ben, if you want to, jump in. The improvements that we're proposing are going to benefit every single person driving along Poplar Road, not just our traffic, but everybody that travels Poplar Road. The extension of the left turn lane is going to give additional stacking areas so that the vehicles traveling south can get around them. The other thing, by introducing these dedicated protected left turn faces, means that if you're coming out of Roller and trying to go towards 18, you're going to be able to do that in a free movement at the same time as the southbound traffic coming down Poplar, turning left onto Deal heading to 35. So it's not just the school that benefits from this, it's the entire motoring public that utilizes this intersection.
Thanks. So Ben, would you agree these are things that the town really should be considering doing regardless of whether an application is before them?
They could consider that. Now that we have the traffic study of what the conditions are at this intersection, the town can use that to decide whether or not they want to implement these improvements or different improvements designed by the township engineer. It's up to the township.
And then logistically, when an applicant includes restriping on a public road and changes to traffic lights and timings and things like that, Okay, in this situation, I guess it's owned by Ocean Township, both roads, right? So the county doesn't have to be involved. The established DOT doesn't have to be involved. But how does, our approving something that includes changes of timing, how does that logistically work? I don't know if Mark, if you answer that, is this suggestion that this is approved based on them getting it through the town?
Yeah, I would believe that the township attorney would also have, township engineer would have to concur. Would you say, Ben?
I would think so. I don't believe that the applicant has prepared a traffic signal plan at this point because they don't want to go through that expense to do that design if it's not.
I mean, in the event, but in the event the board was to vote positively on this, all of those improvements would be subject to full municipal approval, which would probably then have to go through possibly the mayor and council, I'm not sure, but at least the township engineer for his approval.
Yeah, I think that I would probably work with the township engineer, discuss it with him, at least get some input from him. If not, his sign off on any signal improvements that the applicant proposes.
That will be part of resolution compliance, though.
Right, but Mark, and if I may, having done many large projects here in Ocean Township, which often involve roadway work or signal work or light work, there is no specific approval needed from the township. Once this board grants the approval and it's approved by the board engineer and it's approved by this board and it's in a public right of way, it's no different than when, each time you put a driveway and a curb in, you don't go to the mayor and council because it's their right of way. That being said, I would agree, every project that's done in Ocean Township is coordinated with the township engineer. They are the reviewing engineer that prepares all the bonds and does all of the inspections. So certainly there's no question that they would be involved.
But that would all be part of resolution compliance.
Correct.
And Ben would work with the township engineer and something like that. So it's doable, John. If you approve it, it's all doable and it's all up to final approvals. But it can be done.
Mr. Mamie, you have your hand raised.
Yep. I had a small question. I guess for my own edification and maybe a little bit for the township, what other options for the intersection at Deal and Popper were explored? I'm thinking of maybe changing the intersection style to maybe a roundabout or something might be more beneficial than a signal. I don't know. I'm not a traffic expert. That's why I'm asking the question.
So I can tell you, we investigated possible improvements and determined that the addition of these signal phases was the most beneficial and also cost-effective solution to the problem. I do personally, as a traffic engineer, like roundabouts. I can tell you in this location, it's really not feasible given the environmental constraints that are on the other side of Poplar Road and the area that would be needed, not just from our property, but from all four corners to accomplish something like that. But the turn lane, the dedicated phases are going to have a marked improvement on the operation of those approaches.
So would you say that's something the township should explore on their own, is maybe finding a way to put a roundabout at that intersection? Would it improve things?
I don't think necessarily that this is the right location for a roundabout.
Okay.
I would agree with that. I don't think that it's really feasible to put a roundabout there.
All right, that's pretty much the only question I had. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mamie. Anybody else from the board with a question for Mr. Taylor?
Just trying to help him out a little.
Okay. All right. I'm going to open it up to the public, and please remember, when you're called, I need you to state your name and your address, and please, questions only for the traffic expert. Ron, my lights are flickering here, so I'm losing my internet in and out.
I'm keeping an eye on the storms, ladies and gentlemen, so we'll meander through.
I can't see, Miss Lambert, you want to go ahead, please, with your question?
Hey, yes. Can you hear me?
I can.
Yep.
Ms. Beal, if I go away, you can take over, please. My lights are flickering here.
I'm here.
Okay, so this is for Justin. So if your parking capacity has reached, as you said, 200 and was it 27 cars on a regular day, and the parking spaces that exist, tell me if I'm correct, 235, does that mean that you are already operating at over probably 98% capacity on just a regular day for parking? And did you take into account?
One question.
Oh, sorry. Yes, yes.
Okay, by the way, the testimony was that they'll have 315.
Oh, they have 315. Okay, that's still.
353.
But 315 needed.
Yes.
But I think my question was with the count that you did now for what you were operating at right now, before you add the 600 new students.
Yes, so we saw an average demand of 227 vehicles.
And what was the number of parking spaces that you had?
Give me a second. I don't have that right in front of me. Because we weren't as concerned with the existing supply as the proposed supply as we're doing our analysis.
Okay, if you would like, that's all right. We can move to the proposed supply, because I was wondering if you took into account, because it seemed like, let me figure out a way to ask this in a question. Are there events in the gymnasium, in the auditorium, that parents, extended family, maybe come in separate cars because they go to work, events like that happening at the school? And did you take that into account when you ran this analysis, or were you only taking it into account what was happening on an average day?
So there's two parts to that question. The answer is yes, we took it into account, and yes, we looked at an average day. And the reason we say that is, as was testified to before, they don't have these large events during school hours, and they don't schedule events with the various grade levels at the same time. So the demand generated by a special event would be outside the time that this regular school demand is being generated.
Are you certain of that?
Yes.
Why then does the town require 2,195 spaces for this size building? And then have you tried to accommodate more than 16% of what is required?
I can't tell you what the planning reason for the ordinance requirement is. I wasn't part of that when the township ordinance was written. I can tell you that this board and this township has consistently found that that ordinance requirement and the application of it to this project is excessive and not relevant.
Oh. Well, I would say that, oh no, I can't see that. Then I would ask that, why did you not try more than 16 spots when you are less 1,842 spots?
I'm not sure what 16 spaces you're talking about.
You said you just added additional 16 spaces. More.
They actually added 25 spaces,
Oh,
9 by the synagogue and
Okay.
16
No.
making the
Wait.
spaces smaller.
You're not being clear. We're not adding a total of 29 spaces as part of this project. We're adding 25 spaces in addition to how many spaces were we adding already, Justin?
It was.
No, that I'm aware of.
315, and then we went up to 353. And I can tell you, as a traffic engineer, we try to avoid overparking a site. There's detrimental impact to the environment from basically paving additional area that's not necessary. So we take a hard look at what the demand is and what we project, even a little cushion to that demand. And then we do not look to overpark the site.
And Justin, this is the demand that's been relied on by this board since 1994 and has consistently shown to work for this property.
That's correct.
Can I ask a question?
And Mr. Steinberg, go ahead.
Yeah. Are there any additional areas on the site that we could use for green banked parking? Or are we maxed out because of environmental issues?
I would defer to Mr. Sharrow on that, but I believe, and maybe he'll correct me if I'm wrong, that we are pretty much maxed out. The environmental constraints and the sports fields are really the only open space that's available on the site.
I'm sorry, Miss.
Lambert, it's all right. I'm done. I'll save my comments for the end.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else from the public have a question? Cindy Scher, go ahead. Could you please state your name and address for the applicant?
You're muted. You're muted, Ms. Day.
Here we go. Here we
She's
go.
good. Okay.
My name is Cindy Scher. I live at 109 Pierce Drive. So I live in the villas at Poplar Brook, which is right on Deal Road. And my question would be, did anybody do a traffic analysis of the damage this is doing on Deal Road? Because during those peak hours, the traffic on Deal Road is a nightmare, going east and west. And people block.
I'd ask if there's a question, Mr. Chair. There is an opportunity for comments at the end.
Yes,
No,
please.
I'm sorry, my comment is kind of going along with the question. Was there an analysis done for the impact it's having on Deal Road?
So we analyzed the intersection of Deal Road and Poplar Road.
Okay.
As part of our analysis. It's included in the traffic study. And we talked at length about the improvements that are being proposed by the applicant at that location. I would say we looked at the new traffic volume associated with the project and what traverses along Deal Road. And it does not rise to the level of a significant impact as defined by the NJDOT or the ITE for the amount of volume that's traveling along the roadway. We project between 25 and 46 peak hour trips, where both the ITE and the NJDOT have set a threshold of 100 new peak hour trips. So we're half of what they would say, and they have programmed in as a significant impact.
Okay. So it's going to get worse. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your question. Anyone else from the public?
I have a question. I apologize. My camera's not working.
Who is this?
My name's Elise Infante. I'm at 1320 Franklin Parkway.
Okay, go ahead, please.
Okay. I'd like to ask Justin, may I ask, when did you do the traffic study? What dates were those done?
The most recent traffic study is dated July 8th, 2021. But are you referring to the traffic counts that we conducted or the traffic study?
Yes, the traffic counts.
So the traffic counts that were conducted, that were utilized in the analyses, were done on May 30th, 2019.
Okay, so, okay.
And then we updated our gap analysis in May. Give me 1 second. I will give you that. June 15th, 2021.
Okay, and I think this goes exactly to my point. June 15th, the end of school.
That's not
It
a
was
question,
not-
ma'am.
No, it
ma'am,
is, it
it's-
is a, I'm
it's
sorry, it is
not
a question. It is a
It's not a
question.
question, and you can bring it up on your comments. Okay,
Okay.
those are the
Did you
dates. that
take into account, here's my question, did you take into account that school was not in full session at that time?
The school, our school was in full session at that time.
But the other schools were not.
I believe they were, but I can't speak to that.
No, they were not. I'm a parent. They
You
were not.
can't testify. You can give us the comments later.
Got it. Thank you.
To be on the
Questions
record.
only, please. Are you done?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's see. Ms. Lambert, I'll come back to you, but I want to offer anybody who has not asked a question yet, and I'll finish up with you. Anybody else have a question? Yes. Can you unmute? I can't even see the name.
Mr.
China.
Steinberg, we had implemented timelines. Are we safe?
I have a question. If you're looking for Nanette Stein-Terrio, that's who I
Go
am.
ahead.
Excuse me, one second, please.
Mr. Chairman, go ahead.
Mark, we had implemented 5-minute time frames. Are we still staying with that?
Sure.
Okay. Thank you.
Is anybody keeping time?
Opportunities here. Okay, go ahead with your question. Question only for this expert.
Okay, according to your new study, the dates that the parking analysis was done was May 24, 25, and 26 of 2021.
That's correct.
Okay, were those days full days of school?
Yes, they were.
Okay, and then with that study, you also have that there was a decrease in the number of students. It's on table 12 with the parking. It's showing a decrease in the number of students.
It's showing an increase of 98 students.
Well, my question is, when originally in January, when there was testimony by Mr. Shabbat, there was 1,113 students. So since then, there has been a decrease of over 200 students.
I can't.
I'm just trying to understand why there's less students, so there's less parking. Was it because of graduation?
There was not less parking. There was an increase of 13, a demand increase of 13 vehicles. So I believe that could also be attributed to a portion of absenteeism during those times. We were provided by the school the attendance records for the days that we counted, and 989 students who were present at that time.
Right, so the 1,100 that Darren Shabbat testified to, that's how many are enrolled, not necessarily how many are there. And there was also testimony from Mr. Shabbat of a 10 to 15% absenteeism per day. Is that correct, Justin?
Yes.
And are those numbers consistent with that?
Yes.
Okay, and then my other question is, when you were talking about the people who drop off students or children, you're saying you're using a calculation of 10%?
That's correct.
Could you just explain where that came from? Was that the state number or whatever organization you get the percentage from? Or did you actually ask the school? Have they ever checked to see how many parents drop off their children?
Yes, and it is information that was provided by the school for normal operating conditions, a 5 to 10% parental drop off.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from the public? All right, I promised Ms. Lambert her last question, please, and try to keep it brief.
Could Jim Bay fit in before Mrs. Lambert?
I'll let her finish up and I'll come back to you.
Thank you.
Ms. Lambert, you're muted.
Oh, thank you. I realized I didn't ask Justin this question. Justin, would engineers say that the way that you conducted this survey, being by eye and hand, is the most accurate way traffic surveyors have to measure traffic flow?
I believe that having people in the field, yes, is the most accurate way, as opposed to relying on pneumatic tubes or something to that effect.
Yeah, digital, so that you, as Mr. Wagner was asking, certain times a day to really get the most accurate. But you would say that engineers would say that this is the most accurate, the hand-eye one. And
I believe that utilizing a manual count board, which is a digital recording conducted by a person, is an acceptable, accurate way. It is more accurate than using pneumatic tubes on the roadways to pick up traffic data.
Acceptable. Would our, I don't know if we have our engineer here, would our engineer agree that this is the most accurate way?
Wait. You're not to ask our engineer questions.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Only asking their
Sorry.
engineer questions.
Okay, sorry. Sorry about that.
We'll hear from him later to the board.
Okay.
Are you all done? Thank you. All right, any more?
There's a gentleman here.
Yes, go ahead. You state your name, please, for the record, your address.
Hello, this is Jim Bay for David Street.
Yes, sir. Your question to the engineer, questions only. I mean, to the traffic expert.
Thank you. On the July 22nd study, were the enhancements such as the arrows in the July 22nd study?
They were not. They were in response to the review letter that we received on July 27th.
So is it accurate that we have no way of studying in advance what you're presenting now was simply not available to us before?
So the analysis that we conducted, we received a review letter on dated July 27th. And in reaction to concerns raised by your professionals, we conducted the additional analyses. And I am now testifying to the results of such. We were able to share them with the board's engineer for them to be able to verify the results, and it would be part of any condition of approval to include them into the record of this application.
But Justin, we're not going to prepare any more studies. We're giving our testimony based on the studies. We're not submitting any more reports. This is your conclusory testimony that the changes that we propose to the signal head will improve it to acceptable levels, and that we're willing to commit to that as a condition of approval.
Yes.
Thank you. Justin, why is the southbound left referenced on page 9 of your traffic study in condition code F at 135 seconds? Page 9 of your traffic study.
Yep. Give me 1 second. I'm just scrolling through to get to it. So you're referring to the build with mitigation.
School peak PM.
Yep. 135 seconds. It's because it's operating over capacity at a delay of 135 seconds.
So it just is it correct that after the school is built, our left-hand turn lane will become condition code F at 135 seconds?
No, that's not an accurate statement. The analysis, the comparison is your left turn currently is operating in condition F at a delay of 161 seconds. And so with the proposed mitigation, that left turn lane will be improved. There will be less delay on that approach. And further, the improvements that we are proposing, the striping modifications, have been designed to accommodate every vehicle during the cycle that needs to be stored in that left turn lane. It's what we consider the 95th percentile queue. And the new striping improvements that are proposed as part of this project are designed to accommodate them during all 3 of the peak hours. So the operation of that southbound left turn movement will be improved with the institution of the project and the traffic associated with it.
Would it be improved whether the project was built or not if that striping had been put in place?
If that striping were put in place, yes, it would be improved. It's an improvement that would benefit the existing conditions as well as the proposed conditions.
Okay, was 372 feet the previous left-hand turn lane for 95 percentile?
The previous length of the left turn lane was designed to accommodate the 95th percentile queues.
372 feet?
Yes.
Now that you are at 263, amended to 320 feet, is that the current?
So the current 95th percentile queue is actually 300 feet. And that's a function of the introduction of the protected left turn phase for that approach.
How were you able to decrease it by 72 feet?
So
it's at the 95th percentile.
It's a function of a protected phase of the traffic signal. So currently right now, you have a left turn lane on southbound Poplar and you have a mirror that on northbound Roller, but you don't have a dedicated arrow. So you're competing against the through volumes traveling northbound and southbound. What we're proposing to do is introduce a left turn arrow so that as you're sitting there waiting to make a left, you will get to go before the through volumes and you'll be able to go unimpeded. And so what that does is reduce the queue lengths on that approach.
Okay, your testimony is what you just said, and thank you very much. If I read the July 22nd study, that information would not be in the July 22nd study?
Yes, that's correct, because we responded to the
How can we verify the accuracy of what you're testifying right now?
I think that's for our professionals to determine.
Shouldn't we have access to that now?
Well, I don't know if the hearing's going to be over or not tonight, and we're going to defer to our engineer. This is a response to an engineering concern.
Thank you. So his reference that it will improve, we'll just take it on faith. Okay, thank you. We'll just take it on faith because we have no choice. Okay.
I object to that. I object, and I want to state my objection for the record. We've introduced Justin as a licensed traffic engineer. We're not taking on faith. He's given his sworn testimony. He's licensed by the state of New Jersey, and your licensed engineer who advises the board agrees with him. So I take exception to Mr. Bay saying we take it on faith, or for the board members to say, well, that's just our position. It's not just our position. We have 2 licensed professionals who study this for a living and are licensed by the state who agree with it.
Hey, Mark,
Justin,
you mentioned board members there, Jen. I don't think that was fair. I mean, board members can have their own opinion about all professionals who testify before us.
Let's not get into a contest. The answer is the analysis will eventually come from our engineer and advise, and I think he has stated so far that it's a positive response to his questions in his letter. But we'll explore that further. At this point, it's just questions of Mr. Taylor.
Justin, from the Poplar Place exit, eastbound left turn, is it correct that it will become 114 seconds and it's currently 34 seconds?
So the 34 seconds is an aggregation of the left and the right turns coming out. And it is true that we anticipate an F of 114 seconds. However, this is the real reason we performed the gap analysis. As I previously testified to, the location of the driveway and the upstream signals, both at West Park and at Deal Road, introduce gaps in the traffic stream that isn't fully accounted for within the analyses. And so Mr. Fitzgerald had raised some concern and was looking for justification of that statement, which I had given under in testimony at the last hearing, which is why we prepared the gap analysis to show that these signals really are creating gaps in the traffic flow that can be utilized by the left turn coming out of the site. I think I testified previously that there, in that same period where it would project, the calculations would project 114 seconds, we have 153 available gaps for those left turns and 51 being required. So there are 3 times the amount of gaps necessary to process our left turns. And it's my opinion that that approach, that left turn movement, is actually probably operating at better levels of service and lesser delays that are projected in the formulas.
Okay, so not 114 seconds.
Correct. That would be my opinion based upon the gap analysis that we conducted.
Okay, regarding the Deal West, will it become 48 seconds and it's currently 26 seconds?
Within this study, yes. Within the new analyses, no, that's not correct. Within the new analysis, we would project a delay of approximately 35 seconds on that approach.
26 seconds becomes 35 seconds?
That's correct.
Thank you. Okay, so if you, okay. Worse, but not as bad, okay. With the backup that was 372 feet, what is the additional backup left turn southbound that was mathematically computed when you did the secondary study looking at the Highway 35 and Deal Road increase? How much did the 372 feet to keep it a 95 percentile in addition to the 372 feet?
Excuse me, so with the proposed signal improvements, it will be 300 feet.
What would it have been from the 372 feet had you only looked at the changes for the Deal and 35 increases and you'd kept the equation stable at 372 feet for 95%?
347 feet.
So 372 feet would become less after they build the Deal Road and Highway 35 project.
That's correct. And what I will tell you is that was also a function of us considering signal timings to accommodate that traffic as well as our traffic. So it's not necessarily the fact that you're adding the Deal Road and 35 traffic and things are getting better. Within that mechanism is us mitigating our traffic through traffic signal timing modifications. And at the end of that, we end up with a queue of 347 feet. But that's not even relevant at this point. The updated analyses that we are currently proposing shows a 95th percentile queue of 300 feet.
And most of that is associated with left-hand arrows.
Yes.
And Mr. Bennett has studied this?
That's not a question for him. That would be a question for Mr. Matlock.
I appreciate it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any more questions from the public for this expert only?
Yes, Jackie Wenzel.
Please state your name and address, please.
Jackie Wenzel Yonkunt, 610 Deal Road.
Okay, questions for this traffic expert only.
Hi, Justin. I was curious, in your traffic study, did you look at accident reports, existing accidents at that corner, at that intersection?
We did.
Okay. I have, from my study from Ocean Township Police Department,
Jackie, you're testifying.
Testifying, you have to ask questions only.
Okay, do you have 42 accidents at that intersection between 2019 to present?
Give me a second. Based upon the data we received from the Ocean Township Police Department, there are, between February of 2019 and March of 2021, there are 34 accidents.
Okay, so there were 36 going.
You're testifying.
Can't testify.
He said the 34 accidents. You have other testimony later you can present.
Well, I mean, I have a greater number of accidents.
I don't care what you have. He's testifying to that. What's your next question? You can present yours later.
My question is, if we have, let's take percentage, 86% of the accidents are car on car. Do you think?
Well, we don't know that. We're assuming facts, not in evidence. You have to present that as evidence. Just ask him.
How do I present it as evidence?
Well, you have a chance. You'll have a responsive time when anybody can get up and give their comments.
You mean at the end of his testimony?
No, at the end of the hearing.
At the end of the hearing, then we can present the accident report?
It's subject to Mr. Krimko's objection. I don't know what they're going to say. The answer is, what is your question? He said he studied the accident.
My question is it safe for 1,000 children to be crossing at an intersection that has at least 2 accidents per month?
I have to object. There's no facts and evidence that 1,000 children will be crossing at that intersection.
I understood we were going from 600 to 1,000. Is that not correct?
No, it's not correct.
We have not even discussed walking students at all. It's not even been testified. We're only talking about busing and dropping.
No. But even in buses and cars, there's no facts and evidence that every student will be using that intersection. There was great testimony at the last hearing. I don't know if Ms. Wenzel Youngkunst was there or not, but there was testimony as to where the students come from and which, some are from West Long Branch, some are from Long Branch, how they got to the site. So there is no assumption that every student is using that intersection. And I think the question also has to be asked.
About the walking.
No, I don't think she's talking about walking. She's talking about car on car. And secondly, I've been through this a few times. I kind of know how she thinks now, Mark. So secondly, what's not framed in the question is the accidents that were done did not take into consideration the improvements that we're proposing. So you're not comparing apples and apples. So past accidents are not relevant to the present application because we are making significant improvements that will change the timing of the traffic as well as the direction, as well as now dedicated left turns. So instead of people trying to make a left turn and cut off cars going straight, they'll now have dedicated left turns with an arrow.
But you're going to have an extra density of traffic.
Let's not go back and forth. Ask Justin if he feels this is the safest configuration of the intersection for all concerned? Why don't you ask him that?
Justin, well, I didn't hear the beginning of his testimony, so I heard Jim Bay mention 35 in Deal Road, and it was 35 in Deal Road considered an extra volume in terms of your statistics here.
Yes,
Traffic. It was.
yes.
So if we're having this volume of accidents at this time, is that also a consideration? I mean, if we're having I have a 86% car accidents happening there of the total. Is that?
I'm not sure what the question is in there, but I would.
Well, with the extra
I would agree
volume.
with Ms. Krimko's statement. One of the mechanisms to improve safety at an intersection is to provide dedicated turn phases within the signal, which is what's being proposed here.
But we're having much more volume be brought to
I have
the
to
corner
object,
with buses.
Mr. Worrell. Ms.
Yes.
Wenzel is testifying again. I would ask you to limit her to questions.
Just what's the next question?
We do not have this volume of buses at present.
Well, you're telling me that's a statement.
Well,
I'm not- what's your question? Your question is whether or not the Deal Road situation at 35 was taken into consideration.
Why are you being so aggressive? I don't hear you be this aggressive to anyone else who has asked a question.
Because you're not asking questions, you're giving.
I am. You keep telling me. I keep trying to set up my question to
Can't set it up. You gotta ask him a question as to his testimony. You weren't here earlier. He testified that was all taken into consideration, the volume of traffic from 35 in Deal Road.
So Justin, do you feel having the extra buses will increase the accident potential? Or do you
No,
think
no, I do not.
Do you think it's going to improve the situation? The improvements on the road is going to actually lessen the accidents?
I believe that the proposed improvements and the site-generated traffic will have no detrimental impact to the operation or the safety of the intersection.
And what about pedestrians?
I think we're going to
Pedestrians crashing, hope not, passing through the intersection because we have many more cyclists now in town.
Well, now you're testifying.
Objection.
Now you're testifying. The question was good. The question was good. What about pedestrians?
I think we're improving the pedestrian safety through here by instituting additional sidewalks through the area.
Okay, and what about cyclist lanes? There's been a lot of conversation.
That was asked and answered and testified to, Ms. Wenzel.
Earlier this evening, he testified that it is not part of the township plan and there's not sufficient space in that area for dedicated bicycle lanes.
So people won't be permitted to ride their bikes through there, or they just go at their own risk? Because I know there is a plan in the master plan.
I have to object.
The answer is he testified earlier that there is not a plan in this area and there's insufficient area to have dedicated bicycle lanes. If the township wants to do something and buy land or expand the street, that's another story.
So there isn't really safe space now to include a cycle. Is that what
you're testifying? Just ask him.
Is there space with the current road plan to add a cyclist lane?
There is not, nor is there sufficient space at the intersection with the existing geometry to accommodate a bike lane.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from the public?
I do have one more question. This is Elise Infante on Franklin Parkway. Was there a traffic study done about the impact that this would have on the traffic from West Park onto Poplar?
So I think I had touched on this at the last hearing, but I'll reiterate it.
Wasn't there?
Sorry, then we looked at that similar to the impact along Deal Road, other than the intersection of Deal and Poplar, the intersection of West Park. And as you travel north, the new traffic doesn't rise to the level set forth by NJDOT or ITE as a significant impact or an intersection in need of study. So we did not study it.
Okay. Interesting. Okay.
Thank you.
Why didn't you study it? Can you explain that?
Good question.
He just did explain it, Mr. Chair.
Again, please. Again, please.
Sure. Both DOT and ITE have set forth a threshold of 100 new peak hour trips to determine intersections in need of study. And the intersection of the north does not rise to that level.
Why? Can you explain?
Because the projected traffic volumes associated with the expansion of the school do not reach that 100 trip threshold.
Say that again. Doesn't reach what?
The 100 trip threshold.
Okay.
Wow.
It's hard to believe, right?
And now let's hold the comments until the end.
Please, yes. Any more questions? Yes, this is your last question. You've already, I got to keep this board moving, so we have a 5-minute time limit on questions.
Yes,
Okay, my question goes.
Mr. Chairman, we're well past for anyone or the people coming up the 5-minute threshold.
Okay.
Okay, I mean, the board has chosen to do a 5-minute threshold. We're trying to keep that, but we've expanded for many people. We're trying to keep it at that number.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else who has not asked a question, please raise your hand. All right, I don't see any more
That's not fair.
questions. Counselor, what would you like to do next?
Well, I'm going to introduce my next witness. If I could just have a 5-minute recess beforehand.
The time is 8:34. The board will take a 5-minute recess, and then when we come back, I'm going to ask for a roll call from Ms. Maloney.
Okay.
Thank you.
Muted.
Sorry, I'm asking Kate for a roll call, please.
Sure. Mr. Fuller,
Here.
Mr. DeLomo is absent. Mr. Malta,
Here.
Mr. Manel,
Here.
Mr. Van Wagner,
Here.
Mr. Ashkenazi is absent. Ms. Beal,
Here.
Mr. Mamie,
Here.
Mr. Worrell.
Here.
Okay, that is everybody.
All right, Counselor, it's all yours.
Thank you. For my final witness, subject obviously to the ability to represent someone for rebuttal, will be our professional planner, Andrew Janu. He has not testified yet. He is, I will introduce him and have him sworn. While he has testified before this board numerous times, I'll take a moment and qualify him in the field of professional planning. Obviously, we've heard a lot of testimony over the course of these hearings. Now I'm going to introduce Andy to talk about the justification for the variances for an approval. And knowing Andy as I do, I would ask him to speak slowly.
I will. Thank you.
Okay, Andy, good evening. If you
Good
could
evening.
please raise your right hand, we'll swear you in. Do you swear to tell the truth and the whole truth?
I do.
Please state your name and your credentials briefly.
My name is Andrew Janu, Janiw. I'm a principal in the firm of Beacon Planning and Consulting Services located in Colts Neck, New Jersey. I am a licensed professional planner in the state of New Jersey, as well as a member of the American Institute of Certified Planners. I have a bachelor's and master's degree in civil engineering from the New Jersey Institute of Technology, founding member of my firm, and have been in this position for 23 years. I'm currently serving as the planner for the borough of Carteret and the Township of Livingston, as well as redevelopment planner for South Amboy, Neptune City, Plainsboro, Toms River, and advisor to Flemington. I've testified throughout the state of New Jersey before planning and zoning boards, as well as been qualified by the Superior Court of the state of New Jersey as an expert in land use planning.
Okay, have you testified before Ocean before?
Oh, many times.
Okay, thank you. We will accept your credentials.
Thank you.
Counselor, you're up.
Thank you. Well, and for this witness, since he is really the expert, there's not going to be very much I'm going to do in the initial instance. Andy, you've participated in all of the hearings. You've been here. You've heard all of the testimony, all the questions.
I have.
Throughout. And you're familiar with the site, with the previous approvals, with the township's ordinances and the master plan.
I have.
Okay, so we heard about this application from a engineering perspective, an architectural perspective. Could you please offer your expert planning testimony with regard to why this board should approve the application as presented?
Certainly. I'm not going to go into any significant detail in terms of describing the site. I think at this point that's been well justified and prepared by the engineers that have testified, as well as the architect, in terms of the improvement. But I will sort of discuss what was taken into account in preparation of my testimony this evening. So, as you know, planning testimony is the practice of the justification of the deviations from your land use plan and why we think that is a better zoning alternative than what the ordinance would direct us to do otherwise. In the case of this preparation, Jennifer was correct. We not only visit the site, but we look at the master plan, we look at the purposes of zoning, because as we know, the purposes of zoning require that any deviations are a public benefit and not just to the applicant themselves. So there are numerous justifications that I'll go through which support that. There are a variety of variances that are required for the site, and I'll talk about each one based on the level of relief that's required. But I'd like to start in reviewing your master plan's objectives, principles, and assumptions and how they relate to this property. So your master plan, went through your master plan reiterations dating back to 1990, have policies and goals that include to encourage municipal action to guide the appropriate use of development of all lands in Ocean Township in a manner that will promote the public health, safety, morals, and general welfare. I'll give this opinion to the board in that a school is something that is universally accepted throughout the state of New Jersey and through the municipal land use law as being something that advances the morals and general welfare of a community. Education is paramount in terms of its place within zoning, and in fact is recognized as something that's known as an inherently beneficial use. I'll go into that a little bit more later. The master plan also talks about providing sufficient space in appropriate locations for a variety of land uses. And again, here what we have is an existing campus. The site is currently improved with the Hillel campus as well as a synagogue. There is the Copper Gables building and the firehouse. This application, as was testified to, is consolidating those properties, expanding the campus in a cohesive manner and relocating the firehouse to the corner of Poplar Road and Deal Road and providing a new facility for that fire company that'll be essentially a state-of-the-art building and still servicing the same community. So we think that we in fact are on point with that goal. And finally, to encourage the coordination of various public and private procedures and activities, shaping land development with the view of lessening the cost of such development into the more efficient use of land. And that's critical to the thinking on this application, because what we have here is a campus that we're expanding. We have the capabilities to expand, and my testimony will be that this site can in fact absorb the expansion of this property in an efficient manner, as opposed to acquiring a vacant site somewhere off track, building new, requiring more impervious coverage and the like. This is a natural progression for the Hillel School. Incredibly, in going through your master plan, one of the points that was made in 1995 was that the community was undergoing studies to expand the public schools. And there was a finding at that time that it was a better alternative to expand public schools on their existing sites than to acquire additional land for new school construction. It was determined to be more efficient, more cost effective. And in fact, we are very much in line and in tune with that direction that the municipality took way back in '95 in terms of public schools, where they were seeking to increase school capacity by expanding existing facilities, existing campuses, rather than building new and disturbing otherwise properties that were not currently improved with schools. So in a nutshell, I thought that was a very thoughtful directive in terms of what the community did for schools, and it's very much on point with this as well. There's also a discussion in the master plan about the Deal Road corridor, about the subcenter of being 18 in Poplar Road, about the fact that it's characterized by a variety of uses, including the firehouse, the office building, and the school. So this is something that's been in the fabric of the community for many, many years, and we believe is a proper reconfiguration of the site, given the capabilities of the site. With respect to the municipal land use law, these are what are commonly known as the public purposes of zoning, or the points that we need to reconcile in terms of the advancement of zoning for public purposes, underscoring that these aren't just for the benefit of the applicant themselves. And they're very similar to the goals and objectives stated in your master plan. For instance, under the MLUL, A is to encourage municipal action to guide the appropriate use or development of all lands in the state in a manner that will promote the public health, safety, morals, and general welfare. Again, very similar to the language in your master plan, and we are consistent with that in terms of the school expansion, providing opportunities for additional classroom space, additional education, and at a higher level with the advent of the high school. To provide sufficient space in appropriate locations for a variety of uses to meet all the needs of the citizens of the state of New Jersey. Again, this is a location that's already characterized by a school campus. It is located at the intersection of a roadway that you've heard testimony in terms of being able to handle the additional traffic without detriment. And then finally, to encourage the coordination of various public and private procedures and activities shaping land development with the view of lessening the cost of such development and the more efficient use of land. And that is, again, similar to what your master plan's goals were, and in fact, on point with what this application is all about with respect to taking an existing campus, reconfiguring the properties to the point where we're actually acquiring the office building, relocating the firehouse, providing the community a new fire station, and reconfiguring the campus to properly accommodate the student demand and need. In order to show and to qualify for the variance relief, we have to talk about the various proofs required for each of the type of variance that's being proposed. And there are several that are layered into this application. I'd like to start that in reviewing Mr. Higgins, your planning consultant's notes. On March 4th, 2021, he stated that he noted that the firehouse would be considered a government building, and as such, the applicant need only submit plans and specifications, as well as proof that the proposed installation in a specific location is necessary, convenient for the efficiency of the proposed use, or the satisfactory and convenient provision of service to the neighborhood or area in which the particular use is to be located. In this instance, plans and specifications were submitted, and it's obvious that there is both a need and a purpose for a firehouse, and this location is necessary and convenient. I couldn't have said it better. We are relocating the firehouse immediately adjacent to where it was located because it is something that services this neighborhood, has been identified as a need for this neighborhood. With respect to the bulk variances, he notes that the facility conforms to the general character of the zone and will no way adversely affect the safe and comfortable enjoyment of property rights in the zone it is located. And that is very much something that we're going to talk about because the site is very uniquely located. The site is located at the intersection of Poplar and Deal, as well as the intersection of Deal and Route 18. So we have the highway to our west. We have vacant property to our south, which is owned by the township, and my understanding is restricted from any other development. So where this is being concentrated will be in an area that is naturally not only buffered and distant from development, but also likely to stay that way for a long, long time, if not in perpetuity. The buildings have been thoughtfully placed on this property to be not only consistent with the delineation of the buildings along Beale Road, but to take advantage of the screening that'll be natural across the street, the tree lines that are there, and will be further screened with landscaping and the like. There is some relief that's being sought in terms of height, which I'll talk about, but again, these improvements are being proposed at a significant distance from any residential homes, anything that'll essentially have a detrimental impact of light, air, and open space because of this condition. There was also a discussion about one of the criteria for the size of the lot, meaning that this is in terms of the conditional use of the school, not meeting the technical point of the proper acreage for the school. However, there was testimony put on the record regarding the fact that this campus and the Hillel campus at one time was a significantly larger tract that was bisected when 18 came through. The area across 18 obviously won't be developed at this time. It's not going to be there, but nonetheless, it is owned by Hillel. And was in fact part of the campus, but for the taking by the state for the 18 intersect and for the 18 highway, as well as the interchange that's located at that. So that brings us to the type of variance relief that we need with this evening. With respect to the school, one of the criteria that we have to discuss is what's known as the conditional use or D variance relief for the conditional use, because we don't meet all the conditions associated with the school use. The standard by which this is measured is known as Coventry Square versus Westwood. And under Coventry, we must demonstrate that the deviation can be reasonably accommodated and that the detrimental impacts, in fact, are being mitigated. In essence, the focus changes to the negative impact, not whether this is an appropriate use, because by the fact that the school has been considered a conditional use within this area, it's been deemed to be appropriate for this area. So we have to look at what we're proposing that's deviating from the standards and why this site can accommodate it. Then we have to also balance that this will not substantially impair your zone plan or your master plan. And that's why we started with looking at your master plan and what the points are, because we do believe that this is something that is supportive of the points of your master plan. As I had mentioned before, the schools are recognized.
Hey, Andy,
Yeah.
before you go on, I just have a quick question for you on that. So under the Coventry Square and under conditional use, if the use is already determined to be permitted, and the test is whether or not we have a substantial negative impact, is there a requirement under the municipal land use law that we make conditions better on the streets or infrastructure if they're already not at a great level? Or does the statute not require that?
The statute doesn't require. The statute requires that we can mitigate any detrimental effects so there is no negative impact. We don't have to improve anything. We have to make a case that we're not doing anything that's a negative impact.
Right, and it's not just a negative impact, it's a substantial negative impact that is not outweighed by the benefits. And I know we'll get there at the end, but I think it's important to point out as you're talking about this.
Yes, no, you're absolutely right. The statutory language is that the detrimental impact, in order to be deemed something that's not consistent with the zone plan, has to be substantial, and the word substantial is in fact in that language.
Okay, I'm sorry, so go ahead.
Not a problem. So anyway, I was going to the fact that the use is permitted within the district as a conditional use. It is also recognized, albeit not necessary in terms of balancing this application, as an inherently beneficial use, because the state of New Jersey recognizes education facilities as something that have a paramount importance to communities. In fact, of teaching morals and guidance and educating children is a very high priority within the state. It rises to the levels of things like hospitals. So that's something important to keep in the back of the mind. And that's why we have to look at the word substantial detriment, because this is an important use for the community. So the points that we don't meet with respect to the conditional use are the minimum lot area. And again, I would offer to you that that's somewhat of a technicality because the lot area on this side of 18 doesn't meet it, but overall, we own sufficient property in order to be consistent with the zone plan. But even that said, when we're looking at the campus and the size of the campus, we very well accommodate the use on this campus. We provide adequate parking for the use that was testified to. We're providing adequate drainage. We're providing on-site recreation facilities, as well as instructional facilities and circulation on the site. So with respect to the size of the lot, what we're proposing can very easily be accommodated here without being a nuisance to any of the neighborhoods. We also are seeking relief from the minimum front setback along Beal Road. And I mentioned earlier that we have aligned the new buildings to the existing buildings along Beal Road to provide a cohesive front, if you will, along Beal. But we also point out that, Jennifer, it's a good time to put the aerial up.
Sure.
Get access to that.
Yep, if you give me 1 second. Can you see it?
Yep. Here we go. If we see the along Beal Road, we have the two darker orange buildings. That's the Early Learning Center Annex and the high school. You'll see they're very much in line with the existing buildings, creating a linear appearance. And in fact, when we look at the surroundings and to what impact they have, we have a substantial treed area directly across Deal Road. This is municipally owned property that isn't going to be developed. It provides a natural buffer. And the intent of that setback is to not impede on light, air, and open space of neighbors. That naturally occurs here. Even though we're not technically providing that 100 feet from Deal Road, what we do have is natural buffering occurring across the street, which provides that protection to the neighbors that are then further south of this property.
Hey, Andy.
Yeah.
Also, alternatively, are the buildings acting as a buffer to the activity within the campus?
I was about to get to that.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
By putting those buildings in this location and pushing them back towards Beal Road in alignment, it allows us to centralize the activities into the site. And you can see we have a centrally located parking area. We don't have to break out parking lots and create smaller pocket lots throughout because we're pushing buildings into an area. We're able to essentially create a courtyard effect of the campus that becomes a very efficient use of land, not only for the configuration of the site, but in terms of managing circulation, parking, stormwater, utilities. It has many, many benefits to doing that, and really is offset by a de minimis impact, which is mitigated by the trees across the street. So when we look at it, we do believe that the location is appropriate and very, very considerate of the application, because once you do that, you're containing everything to the center of the site. Poplar Place will become a private road accessing the site, and all the activity associated with Hillel will be screened.
Jim, can I ask you guys, sorry, sir, but isn't this engineering testimony, not planning testimony?
No, it's not. This is directly planning testimony.
Directly planning testimony about how the site operates within, instead of how it comports or is consistent with our.
Yes, so to answer your question,
Last mark.
the planner is, well, the planner is wrapping the testimony and giving his analysis based on the municipal land use model, efficient use of land and the proper circulation, which was testified to by the engineer and the traffic engineer, is in Andy's expert opinion, fulfilling that purpose of the municipal land use law. That's exactly what a planner does.
That's correct. And what I'm reconciling here is the benefit of the deviation. Why the deviation is a superior zoning to what the plan otherwise prescribes. And it's directly related to the unique situation of this site, given the natural buffering and the configuration of the lot.
And Andy, one other question is that the board saw fit previous years since 1994 to grant similar variance relief for the buildings that are existing on Deal Road. is there any difference? Has there been any change in that Deal Road corridor on the frontage of the site that would make it inappropriate now where it was otherwise appropriate for the other buildings?
No, as a matter of fact, they reviewed some of the old testimony and resolutions related to that, and the relief was granted for these very same reasons. If there's a significant natural buffer occurring across the street where this is not an impediment to anyone's light, air, and open space.
Okay, thank you.
There's also relief requested from a minimum buffer width. That's an existing condition in the ball fields up in the northwest corner of the property. And again, that's an area that's a pre-existing condition that's not being affected at all by this.
So we're not asking for a variance. It's an existing condition that we're not improving.
Correct. And then finally, we are asking for a height variance on the high school where 3 stories or 35 feet is permitted, and we are proposing 41 feet to the roof line or 43.3 feet, I believe was testified, to the top of the parapet. The application conforms to the story limitation. 3 stories are permitted. We are 3 stories in height. However, we exceed the footage requirement by 6 feet. And I'll get into the other relief that's required, but this deviation also triggers the conditional use situation. But having said that, the reason the high school is proposed at that height is to accommodate the interior configuration. I believe the architect put on a very strong case regarding the configuration of the interior of the building, the multi-story space that's interior, and the need to do that clear story space on the interior. And what that assists is containing the building on a smaller footprint as opposed to spreading the footprint of the building out. So it is an efficient use of land in terms of the minimization of the footprint. And again, we believe that this is an appropriate location to do that because we have that natural buffering occurring. The 6 feet essentially won't impede any light, air, and open space to the neighbors. And it is an area that can accommodate that type of a deviation.
Hey, Andy, don't we also essentially have a hardship, meaning our lot is encumbered significantly by wetlands, and despite our size, we're limited as to where we can develop. And as such, this is a better zoning alternative than more coverage or an attempt to go to the DEP to get an infringement in the wetlands by building vertically as to the number of stories. We're actually respecting the environmental constraints of the property and the hardship that we have. We're working within the legally existing structures.
That's right. I mean, there are certainly opportunities to look at building into the buffers and looking for buffer averaging and the like. We're not doing that. What we have is the ability to do an efficient footprint here to for essentially a 6 foot height differential. We're saving additional coverage, additional stormwater generation, and potential impediment into areas otherwise protected.
I'm a little bit confused as to that line of testimony. And the reason I am is you're confusing the number of stories, which is conforming, with the height of the building, which is not conforming and really isn't related to the number of stories.
Right. And I apologize for not making that clear. Because of the needs, as he just testified to, because of the needs of the school and the need for the clear height and the square footage need to accommodate the high school, if we couldn't have that 3rd floor at the height that it is, we would be forced to expand the footprint, is what his testimony was additionally. So I misspoke when I said story. I apologize.
Yeah, that was the architect's testimony, as I recall.
Yeah. Sorry about that.
Okay.
And while we're on the variance for the height, the height variance specifically is identified as what's known as a D3 variance. So it is a use variance because we exceed the footage of height by more than 10%. 35 is permitted. We are asking for 41. That rises the height to the level of a D variance relief. And the test, again, is the Coventry analysis, meaning can the site accommodate the deviation? There's an analysis that's also under the Grasso Spring Lake case in terms of what is the purpose of the height? Is it in terms of something that's adding density, or is it something that's adding to FAR? In this case, we go back to the architect's testimony that it's needed to accommodate the utilization of the interior for the appropriate space allocations, both on a horizontal and vertical plane. It is a 6-foot deviation within the permitted three stories. But my testimony remains that we are properly screened and buffered, and there is no detrimental impact on any of the neighbors or adjoining properties through this deviation because of the natural spacing between the next level of improvements in the residential properties to our south. So then we look at the height variance and we say, well, can this variance be granted without substantial detriment to the public good? And will the variance not substantially impair the intent and purpose of the zone plan? With respect to the substantial detriment to the public good, I don't believe there is any detriment to this. We are creating a more efficient footprint. We're going up. It's well screened. It's well buffered. There's no impediment to light, air, and open space. I think this is the type of situation where you can honestly say there is no substantial detriment to the public through this height. With respect to your zone plan, your zone does promote the efficient use of land. This is an existing campus. We have a footprint here that is very efficient without creating any additional sprawl or the like. It's needed to accommodate the interior space requirements of the high school. So I believe we are on point with both those negative criteria.
Hey, Andy.
Yes.
If we were not granted this approval and we were forced to have a satellite campus elsewhere in the township, would that be as efficient or would that be less efficient with the staff and the students potentially driving back and forth between the two schools in order to utilize the facilities here?
Significant greater impact in terms of the operations, because we have the efficiencies now of common administration, common janitorial services, common nursing services, and the like. All that would have to be divided, whether it's additional staffing or whether it's people going back and forth. You're going to create additional trips. You're going to create additional requirements. It's certainly significantly less efficient than consolidating the campus onto this location.
And certainly if this campus has tennis courts and the large gym and basketball courts and the satellite campus needs those, then we would also have the busing of students back and forth between the two schools, not just during the peak hours of drop off and pickup, but actually throughout the day.
That's correct. And if you recall earlier when I was reconciling with the master plan as well as the municipal land use law, both make it a point that promotion of efficient use of land in order to lessen the cost and to fully utilize land is something that both promote, and this is certainly consistent with both those points.
So from a planning perspective, the variances granted here is a far better alternative than the school acquiring land elsewhere in the township and having to operate the two schools and the use back and forth, in your planning opinion?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely, without question. And that brings us to the bulk variance relief. So as this board is aware, there are two types of relief that can be considered under bulk variance. There's the C1 or the hardship, which means that there's some type of condition that warrants an undue hardship consideration, meaning that we can't reconcile something with ease and that the purposes of the land use law are advanced by the deviation. The second is what's known as the C2 or the balance test, where we're balancing the positive criteria versus the negative criteria. I believe the hardship would apply in this case to the variances that were discussed with respect to soil removal and the curb cut location variances, because those are largely driven by existing conditions that we have no control over. We can't change those. With respect to all the other bulk variances that were testified to, we would qualify those under the C2 criteria. As this board knows, but for the benefit of the public, the C2 criteria has 3 prongs to the positive, 2 to the negative. Under the positive criteria, we have to demonstrate that the application is to a specific and unique piece of property. And indeed, everything here is a specific and unique piece of property. There's a significant consideration here in terms of the campus location, in terms of the reconfiguration of the property, absorbing the Copper Gables building, providing the benefit of a new firehouse on the property, and then creating this expansion to the campus that'll create a self-contained campus for Hillel, including all the points that we talked about. So that is something that's very unique to this property and this location. The second prong is that the purposes of the municipal land use law would be advanced by a deviation. I talked about 3 points of the municipal land use law earlier. And again, the purpose of going through that is because those are considered public benefits, not benefits that are solely for the benefit of the applicant. And I read those into the record, but again, we're promoting health and welfare in the community, the general welfare of the community. We're promoting efficient use of land, and we're promoting the expansion of a property in an appropriate location where this type of use has existed for many, many years. Shifting the focus, we talk about the negative criteria, which is that the variance can be granted without substantial detriment to the public good, and that the variance will not substantially impair the intent and purpose of the zone plan or zoning ordinance. Looking at the application in its entirety, we talked about things like the signage and the efficient use of the signage. The signage won't be visible from outside of this campus. It's been relocated internally. The 2 signs that were the monument signs identifying the property have been moved internally, and I believe in his latest letter, Mr. Higgins opined that they've been appropriately relocated and meet the spirit of the sign ordinance through their location. The balance of the signs that are proposed are again all focused towards the interior of the property. These include the namings of the buildings and directional signs on the property. So with respect to that, there is no detriment to their location, and in fact, it provides for an ease of circulation throughout the property for someone once they're on campus. We're also talking about things like the parking stall size, the number of parking spaces. You heard extensive testimony from the engineer and the traffic engineer in terms of the configuration of the lot, why the lot's been configured, why it works, how we provided sufficient parking for the needs that are associated with this, including the staffing, including the parking that will be set aside for seniors, as well as visitor parking. And we still have some excess parking to grow into or to utilize for things like visitors or people that weren't anticipated in those counts. So we have more than sufficient, even though we don't meet the letter of the law of the ordinance, we have sufficient parking on the site. We have sufficient and adequate circulation on the site. We're providing an attractive landscape program. We've reconfigured the tennis courts to a north-south orientation. We have landscaped it properly. We've eliminated the lights, which were considered to be problematic by this board and some of the public. So we are providing that location for on-site recreation appropriately and well screened. There was discussion about the fence height. We are proposing a 6-foot fence around the perimeter, as well as a 10-foot fence around the tennis courts. The 6-foot fence is indeed for security purposes. Mr. Higgins hit that in his review as well. I'd like to reaffirm that the campus is encircled with a 6-foot estate style fence. The estate style fence was chosen because it has a de minimis visual impact, and when landscaped, it essentially disappears into that landscaping, but it does provide security for the campus. With respect to the 10-foot fence around the tennis courts, while the reorientation of the tennis courts significantly eliminates the prospect of any balls wandering over to Poplar, the 10-foot fence is still typical in terms of gameplay of tennis in order to maintain the balls within the court and to facilitate the play without any type of nuisance outside the courts. So I do believe, given the applications of the type of fence, the fact that they're being proposed in essentially in a style that is very non-intrusive visually, and that they create the benefit of security and safety of gameplay, I think that's something that on balance is a better zoning alternative as well. So when we look at the application in whole, it is a wonderful zone plan alternative with respect to the deviations, because we're creating a compact campus that is non-intrusive to any of the public. essentially doesn't impede anyone's light, air, and open space, and doesn't create any detrimental impacts to the neighbors. That includes traffic. You heard extensive testimony previously from Justin, as well as this evening, that we are not creating a situation that will degrade the traffic in this area. He's proposed a reconfiguration at the intersection that will accommodate what we're adding to this without detriment to the public. That's been undisputed by any professionals. He's been on point, and I believe your professionals have reviewed and are in agreement with his analysis, as well as his analysis that what's being proposed in terms of the restriping along Poplar would accommodate anything that we're proposing to be handled here properly. There's been no professional testimony thus far from anyone saying that we are creating a nuisance to anyone in the neighborhood. In fact, what we're creating is something that's well screened, self-contained on this property. We'll take Poplar Place, make that a private road that'll no longer be the burden of the community with respect to things like snow plowing or maintenance. We're providing a new firehouse as a benefit to the community for this. We're relocating them, and they will get a brand new facility at the corner of Deal and Poplar, which will continue to service the community where they were situated and needs them. So when we look at the balance of this application on whole, I do believe it is a strong application. I do believe we made all the balance tests for the bulk variance relief required. I do believe that we are consistent with the height criteria for variance relief under the D3. Then finally, under the conditional use, we have justifications that warrant why we're proposing, where we're proposing, and how we're proposing it. It is an efficient use of land. It is a proper location. And I believe the board has all they need if they're so inclined to approve this application properly.
Well, let me ask you the question differently, because it's not a matter of being inclined. The board has a statutory obligation to grant the relief if we meet the test. So if we squarely meet the test and we have uncontroverted expert testimony to that extent, from a planning perspective, would it be arbitrary, capricious, and unreasonable to deny it based on the overwhelming weight of the evidence of the experts as well as all the witnesses?
It would be, and let me be clear. We do meet all the tests, both for the conditional use deviations, for the height deviations, and for all the bulk relief that we're seeking. We meet all the statutory criteria to accommodate those variances. This board has that. It's the testimony, both planning and engineering and traffic has been undisputed at this point. It's uncontroversial. I believe that everything is on the record that needs to be on the record for the grant of relief.
Okay, thank you. Any questions, Mr. Worrell, from the board members?
Yeah, board members, do you have any questions for our planner?
I have
Well, our planner.
Your planner, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I can ask one. Can I ask Mark? Let me know. Can I ask one of our own planner in the midst of this?
No, let's. Jim is going to comment.
I'll have some questions.
Only because you know, am I?
I know, but just wait. Jim has some questions.
Yeah, I have some questions and some comments. So board members can ask questions first, and then I'll comment.
Mr. Van Wagner, do you have a question?
I'd rather defer to Jim. I think Mark's right.
Okay, fine. Any other board member? All right, Mr. Higgins, you're up.
Okay. My first question really goes to both Mark and Ms. Krimko. Mr. Janu discussed the fact that as consideration can be given to the fact that there's property on the other side of Route 18 that's also owned by the applicant, and the board could consider the fact that that property was one time a part of the subject property. The Route 18 right of way was probably acquired and taken by the state before the Hillel School was built. But the question I would have, two questions I would have, is first of all, because notice was not given from that property, is it appropriate to actually for the board to consider the fact that that property is owned by the applicant. And the second question I would have is if that might possibly be a consideration, would the applicant then be willing to deed restrict that property as a condition of approval of this application and leave that as open space, which would be a substantial benefit, in my opinion?
The short answer is the application is not with regard to that property. And the fact that we own adjacent property that is not the subject of the application can certainly be discussed. If we were proposing to develop on that property or do anything on it, then I would agree. So I don't think it's improper to rely on it. And I think that, to be honest with you, that Andy's testimony with regard to that property is just one more step of this parcel was much bigger. I don't think that that testimony is necessary to justify the variances with regard to the lot size based upon all of his other testimony with how this lot accommodates it, notwithstanding the lack of the size. I think that was an add-on. Would that be correct, Andy?
That's correct.
Yeah,
The
Jim,
question is it even appropriate for the board to consider that testimony?
well, I think that they're telling us that at one point this was a much larger parcel, and eventually Route 18 separated the parcels. That's telling us that there's no additional land available to expand the site because they can't jump over Route 18 and expand the campus.
Correct. When this all started, they had expected that perhaps they could grow to that area, but apparently that was changed when Route 18 went through.
Right. But so I think it's appropriate for testimony concerning it to show that they really cannot expand the campus in any direction. On the other hand, if they own it and they don't plan on using it, and I think it's substantially environmentally sensitive.
Yes, I believe it is.
I'm mistaken. Maybe the applicant would like to deed restrict it to open space.
Well, I obviously, because we're in Zoom, I can't do that right now. So let's go through and I'll make a note about that.
Okay. You had other comments, Jim?
Yeah, yeah. And then the other question I had for Mr. Janu, because I'm sure it's going to come up, is that I think probably the primary variance that's necessary with this application is the setback from Deal Road. And the buildings that are being constructed seem to be a little bit higher, particularly the high school, than the existing buildings that are at the same setback. And I wonder if he could discuss that a little bit, particularly in regard to the fact that it's probable that the site could be designed where the buildings could be set back to meet the 100-foot setback. But in order to do that, the parking that's being provided would have to be provided on the Deal Road side of those buildings and could go up to within 25 feet of the property line, which would require substantial regrading of that area of the site and quite possibly, and I'd like to get his opinion on this, have more visual impact than the fact that those buildings will be set back between 50 and 60 feet, as opposed to parking set back 25 feet. And could you comment on that, Andy?
Certainly, Jim, you're absolutely right. The benefit of those buildings being positioned there is exactly that, to internalize all those improvements, the circulation, the parking. Because you're right, if we did push that in, or if we had to go with a larger footprint, if you will, that would leave us with the alternative of looking at parking along Deal Road. That is substantially more disturbance of land that would allow us to go closer to Deal Road. But that's not necessarily good. What these buildings provide is essentially a opportunity to buffer all that activity. The buildings themselves will be benign in terms of movement and appearance. They'll be there. They'll be somewhat screened with some landscaping. They are a little bit taller, but again, that was testimony from the architect about accommodating the utilization of the interior. But that again works to the benefit of being able to screen all the activity to the interior and being able to have a cohesive parking lot with a circulation around it. It becomes a very efficient use of the land for essentially a de minimis impact on the zone plan, because we don't have anything that's directly adjacent to us. It diminishes the impact to Deal Road. It diminishes the impact to anyone viewing this from across Deal Road. It's not impacting any of the homes that have that natural tree buffer. It is, if you will, by definition, the more efficient use of land.
Okay, that was the primary question I had for him. If board members have any questions for me, I'll be glad to answer them. But basically, I don't disagree with his testimony as presented. I think there are alternatives. I'm not so sure the alternatives to what's being proposed here are as good as what's being proposed here, particularly when you consider that this is an existing site. There's approximately 26 acres available. And quite frankly, the standard of 10 acres plus 1 acre for every 50 students it's something that doesn't apply to all schools. It's an unfortunate standard that's in the ordinance. I think it was a carryover from ordinances that were done back in the 50s and 60s. And each school really is unique in terms of the amount of land that's required. For example, look at the high school. The high school requires much more land because the high school, the students do drive. Most of the students drive, so you need more parking. You have large athletic facilities. You have a football field. You have soccer and lacrosse fields on the site, and will require much more acreage than a site such as this. So the real key is, does the site work? Can the site accommodate this use despite the need for the variance? And I think that's the answer, that's the question that the board has to deal with.
Well, Jim, well, go ahead. Sorry.
That's, if board members have any other questions.
I had some questions if Mr. Royal, if it's okay, I just didn't know.
Yes, Mr. Van Wagner, go ahead.
Okay, so, and they're kind of a mixture, I think, of questions about the planning testimony, but might have some standards in there. So for Jim and Jen and Mark, like jump in, like I'm not sure if I mix, legal versus planning questions here. So, so I guess the first one is, Mr. Jano, you've testified before us before, and I certainly totally respect your opinions. But are you, you mentioned public purpose. You mentioned a lot of things about schools and firehouses. Are you suggesting that this application before us should be treated from a standard of an inherently beneficial use for the applicant?
That's it. Well, that is a legal question, Richard. We're not seeking a D1. We're not seeking a D1 use variance.
No, I know.
Inherently beneficial, and the SECA balancing test only applies to a D1 use variance. However, to the extent that the use itself is of a community benefit, it is certainly something the board can take into consideration, but it's a permitted use. We're not seeking to get the use here. So when it's inherently beneficial status isn't necessarily relevant to the variances being sought.
It's actually not relevant at all, right? Because the applicant is a private school seeking to relocate a firehouse, both of which under different circumstances may be considered inherently beneficial uses, but they are not for this application.
Well, and again, so when I said inherently beneficial, I was talking about the school. As far as the firehouse, the $1 million worth of enhancements that the fire company is getting as a result of this land swap and the new building, and as you heard the testimony from the fire marshal, the benefits that the fire marshal believes this will bring, those most definitely are public benefit.
I didn't ask you.
It's not about it being inherently beneficial.
Again, I'm saying, are they an applicant? Is the firehouse an applicant?
No, the firehouse is not an applicant.
Correct, and they are not considered inherently beneficial use under the analysis we have to undertake as board members, correct?
Well, they are inherently beneficial. It just doesn't come into play in these tests.
You're claiming there is a public benefit, but they are not an applicant, so it's not. I don't have to use an inherently beneficial use standard to determine how I.
Let me say it again, because we're saying different things, and I don't know that you're hearing me. So I agree with you that we are not relying on what you typically consider the Sika balancing test for a D1 use variance that only applies to inherently beneficial uses. That is correct. While we are an inherently beneficial use, the inherently beneficial use analysis is not applied because that's a statutory construct as interpreted by the Supreme Court in Sika that applies when a use is not permitted. So we are not saying you should allow this use because we're inherently beneficial.
Understood.
The governing body has already said it's permitted.
Planner stated 3 different times that it's a public benefit. It's universally accepted that a school is a big public benefit. It's a natural progression for Hillel School to expand on this site. There's not enough room for them to do so, which I thought was engineering, but it's your planning testimony because it's summarizing, as you said. But we granted how many variances here already? 1, especially for a large portion of where the synagogue is and the driveway going up to it and the parking around it. So is it because you didn't plan well enough that there's not enough space on the site now to have expanded the school? Or is it just that you creatively want to take the firehouse, push it over to the other property, which, by the way, I still understand is somewhat commonly owned, but not, because they're 2 different LLCs with some common ownership. And we're going to raise that site and, in my mind, destroy the grade. I know I'm starting to test, I'm sorry, but I'm going to ask you. And I'm hearing from your planner that there's public purposes to it, but it's not
inherently
beneficial use. So his test.
His testimony is the result of this.
Hold it. We have Mark Steinberg is our attorney, and I need him to give a legal opinion here because there's way too many lawyers in here.
Okay, I think that Andy should answer that question, not Jennifer. It's a simple question.
Well, he was asking Jim a question, so I don't know how it came to Andy.
Yeah, I kind of said all you, but go ahead, Mark, and Jen too. I'm sorry, you guys go.
No, but you have a question of whether or not we should be considering anything having to do with the beneficial use. That's your question, isn't it, basically?
Public purpose, public person dancing around. It's not an inherently beneficial use. Okay. It does not enjoy those same standards.
So Mr. Janu, how would you respond to that?
So if you recall early in my testimony, I looked at the municipal land use law as well as the master plan. As you know, the municipal land use law guides us with what they call special reasons for a board to consider an application. And those are essentially the public purposes. The very first special reason within the MLUL for a board to consider is whether the application encourages municipal action to guide the appropriate use or development of all lands in the state in a manner which will promote the public health, safety, morals, and general welfare. A school has traditionally been identified as the type of use that promotes morals and general welfare within a community because it provides education, it provides essentially support for the community and for children in order to continue and to have careers. With that, when you have a parochial school, you also have the issue of the synagogue and religious education. Again, that's something that promotes the general welfare, morals, safety. So these are points within the municipal land use law, as well as reiterated within your master plan as something that the board should consider in the context of an application for variance relief and something that is being promoted by this application. So when we do the reconciliation with this, one of the points is, are we promoting something that's positive? Is this application something that's a benefit to the community? The fact that, and I pointed out that schools are generally considered inherently beneficial because of the positive impact they have on the school, not to testify that they should be permitted here where they're not. They are permitted here. There's a recognition within the municipal land use law that they are an important use. what we are doing here is expanding the school in a manner that is efficient. I don't think, and I disagree with your characterization that we're putting too much on this property. The point of all this testimony over the last 4 evenings was to bring out the point that this site can accommodate very clearly and very concisely all the deviations that are being requested. This site can be efficiently designed to promote the expansion of the school without detriment to the community. We can park it, we can get to it, we can leave the site, we can screen it, we can buffer it, and the fact that we're providing a school here is something that promotes not only the purposes of the municipal land use law, but also the points within your own master plan for consideration as goals and objectives within the community.
And that's a perfect way to silo your arguments, except that we're talking about the synagogue, the school, the expansion of the school, the further expansion of it in other regards, all on one site, which has been done already. And now, just like variance creep, which we've done all over this town, we're going to do it again. And we're going to say, and your testimony earlier about the detriments not being, or the benefits outweighing the detriments, you spoke to traffic testimony. You're not a traffic engineer. The traffic's an issue. That is probably my biggest issue with it, besides the way you're going to completely destroy this escape of that, I think, beautifully bermed up where Copper Gable sits back and the setback. And hey, you think I want to sit here and tell the firemen not to have a new firehouse? It's a creative way to position the application. But I'm saying to you, no offense, sir, but what you're saying to me, and I'm not trying to testify, my question to you is, you siloed every single thing you just said. It's all on one site now. What if we didn't do the synagogue 5 years or 7 years ago when we did it? You couldn't have expanded the school then, but now it's a perfect way to fit it all in, except it can accommodate it, except before it could have accommodated it better.
Well, I think you just said it well. It's the perfect way to fit it in. This site can accommodate everything we're proposing. That's the juxtapose of my testimony. Regardless of what's there, we have a canvas that we're starting with. The criteria that this board must consider under the conditional use variance is, can the site accommodate all the additional things that are being proposed? And I will grant you, with the testimony from the traffic engineer, there's been undisputed testimony that what we are proposing can be accommodated here without detriment to anyone.
If you swap 2 pieces of property and move a firehouse that are technically disassociated when they're not.
All right, Richard, you don't have to respond. The answer is the board will make a determination on the D3 conditional uses, whether or not the site can accommodate what they propose. And I think we've heard a lot of testimony from their experts. That's a decision eventually the board will have to make. Of course, we're not finished. We have our own planner, we have our own engineers to possibly question or hear from, as well as the public. But the determination is not whether this is a beneficial use or not. We know it's a beneficial use in general. Parochial schools and synagogues are generally recognized as such. But whether or not the site can accommodate what they propose to do on it, that's your criteria here.
Understood, but I'm not going to finish now, Mark. But I'm not bound by the fact that this is not an application where we're suggesting they are considered inherently beneficial uses, because they can't be.
There's no reason to consider that or not consider that, because this is a permitted use. They're allowed to have it, okay? So the only consideration you have to do is whether or not this site will accommodate the use. Of course, because it's beneficial, sometimes you bend over a little bit because it's something good to have in the town possibly. But that's not the criteria. The criteria is whether or not the site can accommodate what they want to do on it. And that's a determination you'll make at a later point.
Thank you. I'm done, Mr. Royal. Thank you, Mark. I'm sorry to.
No, you need to know the criteria that you're deciding this on.
All right, any other board members have a question for this expert? All right, with that, I'm going to open it up to the public. Again, please ask questions only, not statements, not testimony, questions only to this expert. To start with, can't see Ms. Lambert.
Hello. When you said that this would not be intrusive to any of the neighbors because of the buffer, did you take into consideration the dead of winter when there are no leaves on the trees and many of the neighbors, including myself, live within 200 feet of the proposed buildings?
Yes, because if you take a look, Jennifer, can we put that aerial up again?
Sure, give me a second.
Do you have an image without leaves on the trees?
No, and I don't think it's necessary for what we're going to talk about. So the criteria for the setback to the new buildings, those darker orange, is 100 feet from Deal Road. We are proposing roughly 55 feet from Deal Road. So the impact is that they are 45 feet closer than what the ordinance requires. If you were directly across the street and set back an additional 45 feet, it would be the equivalent of that setback. But what you have there is a substantially treed area, which will create a natural buffer. And
So
will never
Andy,
be
even if there were no trees there at all, and it was just vacant land, and there was grass, and the neighbors who lived to the south could see right through it, or would we meet the setback as contemplated from those neighbors?
We absolutely, the distance that was anticipated within the zone plan is more than met. And that's how we measure whether there's an intrusion. There's an expectation in terms of distance. That distance, because of that land, whether it's treed or denuded, more than generates the separation between the uses.
If you're looking the other direction at where the houses come into the, so I guess that's the northeast direction, yes, right there, where you see those few houses right there. And
Yes.
You have the new firehouse, and you have the variance that you're asking for the height to be higher. In the dead of the winter, how are you guaranteeing that those buildings can't look into the back windows of those houses?
Well, first of all, the distance there, unless someone has binoculars or a telescope, I doubt that would occur. But the distance there is more than what would be required within your ordinance for the separation of the uses. And the 6 feet in height differential that we're requesting from that distance, in my opinion, would be de minimis. I don't think you'd be able to tell whether that building was 35 or 40 feet tall, or 45 feet for that matter, from that distance. That's a significant distance, and in my opinion is there is no impact on those houses whatsoever from that height deviation.
And in your opinion, the house that's to the east, the southeast diagonally, right across, if the firehouse is right there?
What is the question?
Do you think that house will be impacted? As you had stated that this would be a public benefit a few times and that the neighbors would not be impacted. So I guess my question is, you don't believe that neighbor will be impacted either?
That firehouse meets all the setback requirements for the zoning district, to the front and to Poplar and to Deal. The only deviation it's seeking is the separation between it and the high school. And that was because we're pushing it back further away from that home.
Okay, so I'll move on to my next question, which had to do also with the ordinance and what the town asks. And it would seem that having the build, no, let me figure out a way to ask this in a question form, I'm sorry. Is it a public benefit for the the structures to be expanded to the point that it's an urban-like development rather than a residential quiet area? Is that a question? Is it a public benefit?
So let's talk about the use here. Schools are permitted on this property. It is conditionally permitted. So the expectation here, and if we look at what the zone permits, is that this property can be developed with single-family homes, townhome developments, schools, fire companies, houses of worship. So it's consistent with the utilization of the property as the zone plan envisioned it. I don't know how you're characterizing this as an urban setting. It's a campus. Schools are generally associated with campuses. This has a generational school, meaning it's K through high school. It has recreation, it has parking. It has all the elements that are common to schools, and schools are permitted here. So
Are you asking me that question? Can I answer it or no? I wait to the end. I'll wait to the end. Then my other question is.
Ms. Lambert, I gotta enforce the 5-minute rule.
Oh, was that
please.
5 minutes?
Yeah, it's been 5 minutes, and I want to try to get as many.
I believe that was
people in.
5 minutes, but okay.
I got the timer going.
Someone
here
else.
on my notes.
Oh, okay, no, I believe you.
All right. Anyone else from the public? Yes, I can't see your name right here. Miss Antenzo?
It's Don Terrio.
Terrio.
Just call me Terrio, that's fine. I have 2 questions. If you want to answer them combined.
Let's take them one at a time.
Okay, because I'm trying to do it. Okay, please define community. In this reference, please define community.
Community is the context of not only the immediate neighborhood, but the greater community at large, the township, the citizens of the township, the commercial utilization of the township, all the public sectors of the township. All those are elements of the community.
Okay, then how is this expansion benefiting the immediate community around the school if you take out the firehouse? It's a private school, correct?
Yes.
Okay, how is it going to benefit the public community?
It educates your children. It creates children that are going to have a superior opportunity for jobs, for careers, for college placement. Educating children is something that's universally defined.
But my question is the
a benefit
immediate,
to the
excuse
community. Yes.
Okay,
to
my
the
question is
community.
the immediate community around the school, not across town, not Eatontown, not West Long Branch, the immediate community.
Are you saying someone who lives across the street would?
I live on David Street. How is it going to benefit me on David Street?
It's going to benefit everyone. When you're educating children, it's a benefit to everyone.
You're not answering my question. Thank you.
You're not understanding my answer.
Andy?
Not benefiting, excuse me, I'm asking the immediate community.
Yes.
If you're,
The immediate
you're
community
talking
can
about
send their
educating
children here.
other areas, children,
You can send your children here.
fine.
Andy, I have a
Yes.
question for you. Does the statute say that you have to individually benefit your next door neighbor in order to grant a variance?
No.
Does the statute say that you have to create a benefit for people within 200 feet?
No.
Does the statute say you have to create a benefit for people within 500 feet?
No, there are no
So
distance
when you talk about a benefit as a planner, are you talking about public benefit by furthering the purposes of the municipal land use law?
Absolutely.
Okay, if I could just interject, Elise.
No, you
Infante.
can't just interject. This is the applicant's case. When you're called by the chair, you get to ask your questions.
Okay, I'd like to ask a question.
No, 2 minutes,
Wait,
2 minutes remaining.
you got 2 more minutes, ma'am. Go ahead.
Mrs. Terrio.
Ms. Terrio.
Okay, I will defer my time to somebody else.
You
Thank
can
you.
do
Thank
that.
you.
Okay, that's sure.
Why not?
Thank you.
But
Because
that's
Mr.
part of the rules. That's part of
5
the rules.
minutes is 5 minutes. If I ask the question or if somebody else
Okay,
answers it during my
excuse me.
time.
Hold it, please.
That's
It's
a-
5 minutes per person. Our rules dictate that you cannot give your 5 minutes to someone else. We're not going to have one person having half an hour and one person having 30 seconds. That's not the way our rules were designed. You can take your 5 minutes, okay, but that's the fair way of us running a meeting.
Okay, fine.
Do you have any more questions?
No.
Do you have any more questions?
Okay, next, Jacqueline Wenzel, you're up. Can you
You're
please
muted.
unmute her?
To pick up on.
And remember, you're
the line of
asking
communication.
questions only.
Yes.
No testimony, no statements. You've got 5 minutes.
Have you considered how this expansion benefits those residents most impacted by the additional density?
I don't understand what you mean by most impacted.
The neighbors across the street from this facility. Have you considered how they will be impacted?
Yes, that was a large part of my testimony in terms of the balancing of why this site can accommodate this use. When the zone plan sets criteria that we have to follow, we are deviating from some of the criteria. My testimony was all about how the site accommodates that without creating a substantial detriment to any of the neighbors, including the immediate neighbors. So that was the entirety of my testimony this evening.
Well, today, when we look at this site, we don't really see the school.
I object.
It's quite hidden. Why do you object?
You're testifying.
Because you're not asking a question. You're going into a soliloquy.
Have you considered the different landscape that we, the residents, will have in our eye view, which is substantially different than the type of landscape we look at today? We are not in an urban setting today, but with the.
Mr. Chair, I object. If she wants to ask my planner if he believes that it's going to be a substantially different landscape, then she can ask that. And if she wants to testify at the end that she believes it's going to be a substantially different landscape, then she can do that. But she can't offer her opinion as to the landscape, what she thinks, what her neighbors thinks.
Yeah, I agree. We'll go, let's not belabor.
Ms. Wenzel, you have
Jackie, can
3 minutes. You
Can
got
I
3
put it
minutes
this way?
left, and
Let me
you
ask
can
you-
Raise your question.
Let me put it this way. Have you considered that many of us today enjoy the fact?
No, again,
No,
again, you're testifying. The question you have here is, when this is completed, will the area be different?
Well, I think they've established that it's going to be different.
I don't know.
No, I don't believe we have.
I'm not sure they have either. The answer
Okay.
is to the planner, based upon the plans that are presented, will the campus reflect a different appearance to the outside public?
Yes, the campus will change. And the crux of the testimony this evening is that change going to have a substantial detriment to the neighborhood? And I went through 45 minutes of testimony reconciling the application with the zone plan, indicating that, in my opinion, based on what's anticipated within the zone plan, that there will not be a detrimental impact on anyone by the changes that are being proposed.
So will there be more impervious ground cover compared to what is there today?
I believe there will be.
There will be. So, okay. You continually say that it's a benefit in terms of school and how a school benefits a community, and I agree with that. However, and correct me if I'm wrong, as a private school, are all of our children that say currently choose to go to Ocean Township School, are they all welcome at this school?
I don't believe I believe they all can apply.
Oh, so you don't have to be of a certain religious.
But that's not the point. The point is, what the planner was telling us is that education in general, no matter who it's given to, is a benefit to community and society.
Correct.
That's what they're saying.
Just as our courts have held that universities are inherently beneficial, even though not everyone can get in. I'm sure that we'd all agree Harvard's beneficial, even if you couldn't get in, Jackie.
Yeah, but I guess a beautiful new facility of a school would be a benefit to the neighborhood if we could all attend it.
I object. Again, that's for your comment.
Why don't you ask another?
Hey, Mark,
We have 45 seconds left.
great benefit.
45 seconds left, okay.
Expanding.
Have you considered if these variances, the required variances, are not granted, where else in the township or perhaps in one of the other towns that are busing their children?
You know what, Jackie?
Have you considered another location?
Jackie, he didn't testify to any of that. You really can't ask him that. That wasn't part of his testimony that he even explored. You can only ask questions on his testimony. That's not.
I see. So he didn't.
I don't know if he did or he didn't, but that's not. He didn't say he did. He didn't say he didn't. It was not part of his testimony.
I'm sorry, your time is up.
Just to interject, there was testimony about how what it would be like to be in a different location versus this location. So I think that's a legitimate question, isn't it?
Did he testified to that?
Ms. Krimko, he had a conversation about that.
If you notice, I wasn't objecting during that. There was testimony as to the impact if a satellite school to accommodate this expansion were placed elsewhere in the township, whether or not that would be an impact. And his testimony was there's less of an impact, and I think you were here, Ms. Wenzel, that in his opinion, there was less of it. He already testified to this, as Mr. Fuller said. In his opinion, there's less of an impact as to all of the detrimental elements if it's all combined on one campus, as opposed to if there had to be a satellite school to accommodate the expansion. So he answered that question already.
But he did not testify whether he explored other areas to place the school.
No, we didn't, no testimony regarding any specific sites.
So if this wasn't to be approved, there hasn't been another site in town as a second option?
No.
Okay.
Any other questions from the public? All
I
right.
have a question.
Sure, you got 5 minutes and questions only, not statements, not testimony. Go ahead.
Understood, thank you. So do you anticipate knowing what percentage of the students going to the expanded Hillel school will be from out of Ocean Township?
Yeah, and Mr.
That's
Chair,
not-
that was testified to at previous hearings by other witnesses,
And the
not by
answer-
this witness.
You can,
Okay.
yes, that's correct, Counselor. So
And
that's
do we
already
know?
been answered.
But I don't know the answer.
That has no impact on my opinions. My opinions are independent of that.
Okay, so if a good portion of those students are from outside Ocean Township, how is that a positive impact on our community?
So first of all, we're not going to answer a supposition. There was testimony that that there is a large portion from Ocean Township. So again, you're asking a question that's contrary to the testimony that was given.
What I'm asking is, how can you say it's a positive impact on our community when not everybody from
Well,
our community is
you
going
have to
to that
understand.
school?
You have to understand that the word community is expansive. What they're saying is education benefits society in general.
I think that's testimony. And I understand.
That's okay. I'm the attorney for the board.
He's the attorney for the board.
I'm giving you a legal opinion.
I understand that, and I'm in social work. I understand the term.
That's what they're
community.
telling you.
I
They're
understand
telling
the
you.
term.
Mark, this is not supposed to be a conversation between you and the public.
Right, what's your
Are there
question?
questions?
What is your question to the planner?
My question to the planner is, how can you say it's a positive impact on our community when not everybody in that school is from our community? And you can't tell me how many are from our community, and it's exclusive.
Let
of
him answer the
children-
question.
And it's exclusive of
Let him
children in our
answer the
community.
question.
But I haven't finished my question. How can you say it's positive for our community when the school is exclusive of children in our community?
It is not. There was testimony presented regarding the participation of the community at the school.
And I understand fully, but I'm pretty sure my children wouldn't be included.
I have to object. No different, and a Jewish child wouldn't be accepted at a catechism at a church. It doesn't make the church any less beneficial to society and the community just because not everybody goes to it. That's offensive.
Now I'm not trying to be offensive.
Mr. Ruel, this is Rich Van Wyder. Can I say one thing?
Yeah, she has 2 minutes left, Rich. Any more questions?
I'm done.
Okay,
Express my opinions about this application.
Rich, go ahead.
1000% with what Mr. Worrell said, what Jennifer's saying. Like, this isn't about, like, I'm looking at this application as if it's a Hebrew school, a Christian school, a Buddhist school. I don't care. It's got to meet certain standards in my mind. So let's move away from that because it does not influence me. And I know where you're trying to head, but it's not about exclusivity or inclusivity. It's about what's right under the land use law. And this is, and I just want to leave it there. I'm sorry, Mark, for over speaking, but I feel like we're getting off track, and let's not do that here on Zoom because that's not what it's about. This is about.
Thank you, Mr.
And Mr. Chair, I'd like to ask a follow-up question for Andy. Andy, with regard to a benefit to the community, again, it's not with regard to this use is the benefit. That would matter in an inherently beneficial use case under a D1. Have the courts, from a planning perspective, always held that it is that the general welfare of the community is benefited if you further the purposes of the municipal land use law? Is that planning 101?
Absolutely, and that's exactly why I reconcile that up front with every application.
Okay, so if is the benefit to the community, this community, the neighbors across the street, the fact that in your planning opinion, this particular application not only furthers the purposes of the municipal land use law, but the purposes of the township's very own master plan and ordinance.
Exactly right.
And from a planning perspective, as held up by the courts, is that a benefit to the community?
It is.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
So,
Okay.
and Mr. Van Wagner, that goes further to your point. If this was a business that was furthering the purposes of the municipal land use law, regardless of if it's beneficial in and of itself or who it serves, by furthering the purposes of the municipal land use law, it is adjudged to be a benefit to the community because it promotes the general welfare. That's the law.
We'll always argue objective factors. I'll never be subject.
Yeah, that's the law. If you're furthering the municipal land use law, you're furthering the general welfare. The end.
Agreed.
All right, anybody else has not asked a question from the public?
I just have one more question.
No.
You've had 5 minutes already. I gotta keep this moving. We're already approaching 10:09.
Do you count the 5 minutes of the answer or just the 5 minutes of the person?
I count the
who's
5
asking?
minutes and I keep a timer right here on my desk. On my
But just
iPhone.
of the person asking the question or the
Okay.
general exchange of conversation?
Whatever it takes to answer your question, it's included in the 5 minutes.
Oh,
All right, anyone else? With that being said, Counselor, what do you have next?
That's the conclusion of my case, subject to being able to recall witnesses after public comment and/or my closing arguments after public comment.
Okay. Mr. Steinberg, do we have our experts now rebuttal?
Well, yeah,
Yes.
I would think at this point, we should hear, well, you could do one or two things. We could hear the comments. Now, the public has a right to to comment and testify for or against the application. Then we can review the application with our professionals. Then Ms. Krimko can sum up, and then the board can make a determination.
Okay.
So I think that at this point, Jim and
Ben.
and Ben, yeah, I'm sorry.
All right,
I
so
was gonna say Bill, but I said Ben.
Yeah, that works.
You
Jim.
guys want to comment now, or you want to wait to hear from the public? And Jim, you're muted.
I think that works, Jim. I mean, maybe because of the Zoom, maybe let maybe our professionals can respond either rather than forecast what they have to deal with.
okay.
Jim, can Jim answer? Jim,
Jim Higgins,
you're muted.
you're muted. You're muted.
You there?
Jim, you're still muted.
Now I'm unmuted. Sorry about that.
Yeah.
So are you looking for me to summarize the issues? Or
If you want to, yes. Do you want to do that now, or do you want to do it after the
I
public?
would prefer to do it after the public speaks to see what
Okay.
questions, because then I can also respond to points that they make.
Okay.
Okay.
I assume Ben wants to do the same thing?
Sure, that's fine.
Okay. Okay.
With
So I
that being
guess-
said, if we open it up, you're going to be limited to 5 minutes. I got a stopwatch on my desk. So please be respectful. Don't argue and ask questions. Go ahead. Who's first? All right, let's go with Ms. Lambert.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hello. We are neighbors of the Hillel.
Wait, we need
excuse
to-
me, wait. Each person has to be sworn in, Jim.
Oh, sorry.
Now
I'm sorry.
they're giving testimony, okay?
So now you got to test. So
And also, just so the record is clear, anyone giving testimony is subject to cross-examination by the applicant's attorney. I would like that opportunity at the conclusion of their comments.
But you can't go into their 5 minutes, Jen.
Correct.
Afterwards, okay. Go
please
ahead.
raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth and the whole truth?
Yes.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Marissa Lambert and David Lambert. And if
No.
I go over my 5 minutes, which I don't think I will, he will take the rest of the thing that we wrote.
Okay, what's your question? Or, no, I'm sorry, what's your statement?
Yes. Hello. We are neighbors of Hillel and think it's good that they are able to expand and improve their site. Yet we think that they must keep within the Ocean Township Land Development Ordinance with everything they are doing. And like we, their neighbors, must. We have always been good neighbors to Hillel. Letters have been sent to us many times in the past as we live within 200 feet. Requests to have a camp, requests to expand the camp, building projects, later hours, temple functions, and more. And we have never had to stand in the way of this private school and the shul. This, however, is different. Our issues with the proposed buildings as the Ocean Township residents and taxpayers are as follows. The lack of town required setbacks, the number of parking spaces being much less than the required minimum, the creation of much more densely occupied space than the surrounding area, the conversion of the green space to buildings, the reduction of the permeable surfaces, the increase in traffic and congestion. Our town has required setbacks, zoning, and structure requirements to promote, among other things, the conservation of open space and to prevent urban sprawl and the degradation of the environment through improper use of land. We ask the board to please respect the zoning requirements and maintain the setbacks for all of the proposed structures. We realize, as indicated by the request for so many variances, that the proposed structures are too large for the property. 2,195 spaces are required for these school buildings. The requested variance that will allow the requested variance allows for only 353 spaces, 16% of what is required. Many of these spaces shared with that of another building. Asking us to excuse 1,842 spots, 84% less than the minimum requirement, is not reasonable. Furthermore, the proposed design positions the buildings very close to the road with minimal privacy or natural landscaping. The buildings, which are already very large, will appear even larger because they lack the minimal setback and green space from the road. Although it is their claim that light will not spill, it will indeed reflect and illuminate this dark and quiet residential area. It appears there will be a tremendous amount of light reflecting from these structures, including a firehouse too close to this main corner and without the proper setbacks. This will change the entire feel of the neighborhood. Ocean Township in New Jersey now has the New Green Initiative. The reason that this is a requirement is because it benefits the citizens to have green acres, that we shouldn't be excluded from that benefit if they remove the permeable surfaces. We would like the board to consider this. The parking for the firehouse has less than it's required, but is something that can be considered as long as the firehouse maintains its setbacks. The school, however, is asking for 84% less of the minimum required space for this facility. This will be noticeable. Continuing to approve variances because they have had a variance approved in 1995 and other years would set a precedent and would then create something more similar to urban sprawl and will not preserve the natural environment. It will reduce free traffic flow and create congestion and blight, as stated in the Ocean Township Land Development Ordinance. As Ocean Township residents, we believe this Board of Adjustments to have the public's best interest, and that you will not approve these variances without careful consideration to the land building ratio, the change in light, the New Green Initiative, the safety of our children, and the future of our quiet suburban neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. You just made your time limit. Thank you for your question. Ms. Krimko, would you like to?
No, I have no questions.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else have a question?
No,
Or
not a
statement?
question. These are
Statement, I'm sorry.
statements.
I'm new at this.
No, you're doing a good job. Statements.
Right here, this lady, I can't read the name. Jacob?
Mrs. Terrio.
Yeah, Terrio, okay.
Yeah, Terrio.
5 minutes.
If I go over my 5 minutes, my husband Richard is right next to me and he will continue, the same as with the Lamberts.
Go ahead.
Hillel's proposal is.
Wait a minute.
Oh, I'm sorry. I gotta swear you in.
One person at a time can testify.
Can you raise your right hand?
Can you raise your right hand, please? Go ahead.
All right. Do you swear to tell the truth? The whole truth?
Yes.
All right. State your name and address, please.
Nanette Stein Terrio, 8 David Street, Ocean.
Okay.
Right. Hillel's proposal is massive and non-conforming to the property size or this residential zone. They are asking for too many existing variances to be either changed or removed. These changes will greatly affect green space, light reflection, air pollution, drainage, parking, traffic, and safety. The campus expansion seems to be excessive for an anticipated increase of only 611 students. They're asking to eliminate the deed restriction for the maximum 1,000 students. What will be the limit? This number will have an impact on our community. Minimum acreage for 1,600 students is 34. Hillel is already asking to shrink it down to 25.8 without major setbacks. More building and people cause increased pollution, use of sewage, drainage issues, parking needs, and traffic. It's been suggested that Hillel have a lottery system for the 50 students to park on campus and not allow students to park on our streets. Who's going to monitor this? They need more on-site parking. 353 spaces is only 16% of the required 2,036. There has been no mention of construction timelines. If approved, how long will this take from start to finish? Mr. Shiro stated that there is no contingency plan for parking. Where are the staff as well as the students to park when the 114 spaces at Copper Gables is demolished? This will have an impact not only on my neighborhood, but the immediate area. I know that monitoring of pollution, flooding, traffic enrollment, and off-site parking is not enforced by your board, but your decision has a great impact on the future. Hillel's proposal is too big for this property. This plan needs to be voted down. There's security issues. There is greater risk of property damage and possible theft from people using my neighborhood for parking. In the past several months, I have seen creative accounting and explanations from the applicant's experts and minute changes in the plans to, in my opinion, shut up the naysayers. Just because the board has given variance approval in the past doesn't mean you should do the same every time somebody asks. I believe the job of the zoning board is to protect the welfare and safety of Ocean Township residents. The variances were created to protect us from overuse. Please take everything into consideration. Read between the lines, use your conscience and common sense when making your decision. Our safety, security, and quality of life, as well as excessive use of green space, increased noise, light, air pollution, and traffic matters. Your vote will affect all these issues and our lives. Please vote no. Thank you.
Thank you. Counselor, any questions?
No.
Okay. Anyone else would like to be heard? Any board members like to be heard? With that, I need a motion to, one more question. Ms. Wetzel, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I guess I would just like to.
Wait a minute, swear her in.
I swear you in, I'm sorry. Can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth?
I do.
Thank you. State your name and address for the record.
Jackie Wenzel Junkman, 610 Deal Road.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Well, I concur with my neighbors. I don't need to take up your time, and I don't think I could list what's just been stated as well as it's been stated. But I concur with their feelings about the planning board reconsidering this application and maintaining the green, the more countrified landscape that we all moved here for, and we'd like to maintain. If anything, we'd like to bring back more of the green that's been taken away in the past.
Thank you. Counselor, any questions?
No.
All right. Anyone else? Like any board members, anyone from the public? With that, I need Mr. Malta.
So I just wonder if I had actually the same question that Jim had. Or half an hour.
Mr. Malta, may I interrupt you just momentarily, Mr. Chair?
Sure.
I believe that before you can have the board members have a discussion, you'd need to close the public portion.
Well, we're not.
I was about to do that.
I don't know what your question is about. We're not having a discussion yet. Russ, what's your question? Do you have a question?
It was just to ask Jennifer if she had an opportunity to talk to her client, or if she'd like it to take a minute or two right now. At the question about the property across Route 18.
Well, what I can again, we put our case in. The public made their comments. I would prefer to have the public portion closed and let me do my summary. We have not all, let's just say I have not affirmatively offered that deed restriction as part of our application because the applicant believes that we meet the statutory criteria without it.
Okay. We want to,
I'll make a motion to close the public record if it does.
well, we're going to hear from Jim and we're going to hear from Ben. So
They're not the public.
we can close the public as to the public.
One more person for the public, please.
Then you can, but Jen, you can't comment either.
No. I get to make a closing statement when the public portion is closed.
Certainly can make a public statement. But
I have a
I want
motion
to go
on-
back and forth with Jim and Ben.
I had no intention of it.
I have a motion on the floor for Mr. Van Wagner.
One additional public, please.
Withdraw that motion based upon Mark's advice.
Well, no, somebody wants to talk.
Go ahead.
Sorry,
One additional public, please.
Can you please identify yourself?
Thank you very much. Jim Bay, 4 Davis Street, please.
All right, raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth?
Yes, thank you.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Jim Bay, 4 Davis Street.
All right, you have 5 minutes, please.
I'd just like to state in concurrence with what the previous people stated, and just to reiterate, referencing the traffic, to repeat again, the deal west going to 46 seconds was 26 seconds, and with the mediation, it will go to 36 seconds instead of 48. So it's still an increase from 26 seconds to 36 seconds. And then just to refresh for the southbound left, going to condition code F, and the east exit going to condition code F. So again, I'd like to concur with what the other people had said for those multiple statements, and just a refresher that there were some traffic issues that are, even with mediation, getting worse. And I appreciate your time very much.
Thank you.
Now, if
Go
there's
ahead,
no,
Mr. Steinberg.
anybody else from the public? Go ahead, Richard.
No, I wasn't sure if I should withdraw that motion, Mark, because you wanted to hear from.
No. Go ahead. We're going to close the public here.
Motion, we close the public record, we could still have discussion, right?
Yes, that's what we're going to do with our professionals.
Gotcha. Motion to close the public record.
I need a second.
I second it.
Mr. Malta second it. Please call the roll. Kate?
Sure. Mr. Fuller,
Yes.
Mr. Delomo is absent. Mr. Malta,
Yes.
Mr. Manel,
Yes.
Mr. Van Wagner,
Yes.
Ms. Beal,
Yes.
Mr. Mamie,
Yes.
Mr. Worrell.
Yes. Okay.
All right, can I start this with Jim and your report? I just want to make sure we got all the variances, because they may have, you didn't redo the report of March 4th.
No, I did not. I supplemented it.
I don't have any problem with that. So the conditional, if you go to, just from, we can get it. On page 3, you have your conditional uses. So the conditions we do not meet are lot area, maximum.
Okay, there's 3 conditional uses. There's the firehouse, which I believe the conditions have been met. There's the house of worship, which I believe the conditions are met. And then there is the school where the conditions aren't met.
Right, and that is lot area, front yard setback, height.
That's correct.
Buffer.
The buffer, which is an existing condition not being changed, yes.
Okay, that front yard setback, minimum buffer, and height. So it's basically the setback, the minimum area, and the height. Okay.
That's correct.
Then we go to bulk variances. I don't know what revisions to the signs you've accepted and what still is open for variance relief.
I believe the record reflects it and the plans reflect it, Mark, and there was testimony not only from our engineer, but also from our planner. For purposes of the resolution, should the board vote favorably, you do have a set of plans.
I know,
And
but
I have another report, which I had here and it's disappeared. So let me pull it back up again.
okay, but
It's dated.
they've eliminated some of the signs.
They've eliminated some of the sign variances, yes.
By relocating a sign and reducing it in size.
Yeah, I have a July 26th report that goes through the sign variances. It's proposing 7 wall signs, 6 signage board signs, and 2 freestanding monument signs, where they're permitted 1 monument sign. And basically they eliminated, they moved the 1 very large monument sign from the street frontage back into the site where it's not readily visible from the surrounding properties. And there's another monument sign that's even further inside the site that's not visible from surrounding properties, and all the balance of the other signs, the wall signs and the signage board signs are not visible from outside the property. They're all visible from inside the property.
And then we have soil removal. They're obviously regrading part of the site more than 2 feet.
Yes.
Of the curved landscape islands, they've asked for a variance.
Yeah, and I think there's one instance where it's not provided. There's 24 spaces in a row and it's not provided. And they're providing many more trees and parking area than they're required.
No, I have all that. Okay. Parking space size, we know it's going to go to 9 feet.
9 feet, yeah, that's changed a little bit, and that's not included in either of my other reports. Bill had suggested they reduce the size of the new parking spaces down to 9 foot wide to get more parking spaces. So it wouldn't just be for the firehouse, it would also be for the new parking area.
The 2 new parking areas.
Yeah, 2 new parking areas, yes.
And they're all going to be 9 by 10s because I believe we got 16.
9 by 18.
We got 16 more parking spaces by doing that in one area.
We've got, I think, 23 more.
Well, no, we have 9 on the other side. I have all those numbers. The location of the curb cuts, which is an existing variance to be continued. Off-street parking minimum size.
The minimum
spaces, we have those numbers. Minimum landscaped area along the front lines. They're a couple feet shy. Did that change at all with the relocation of the tennis courts, or?
I don't think so, no. I think it's mainly street trees are
Well, no, the minimum landscaped area along the front property lines.
Oh, okay.
Was, I believe.
That's probably, yeah, okay, no, that's not necessary anymore.
Okay, that's what I'm asking. That's because that was the tennis courts.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, that's gone. Landscaped along public streets.
That's the one where just the street trees primarily.
Okay, all right, and let me just.
And that retaining wall. And
the landscape plan, so that's okay, as long as you have approval. Yeah. And the height of the fence, which is now changed, but they still need a height variance for 6 feet.
Still need it, yeah, that's covered in my July 26th report.
Yeah, I got it, but I have that one. But okay, those are what we need. The waivers, which is sod, underground sprinkler system, and tree preservation have all been, the applicant will comply with those.
That's my understanding.
Okay, I got what I need from you. I don't know what you want to comment on.
What? I think there's been extensive testimony. If the board members have any questions of me, the only thing I will comment as far as the number of parking spaces, that requirement doesn't just go for schools, it goes for auditoriums and a number of other public places of public assembly. And it's really, it doesn't make sense when you look at the ordinance to include schools in with that category. And each school is different. In an elementary school, it have a much different parking requirement than a high school. And you know, it depends upon the operation of the school. They've had extensive testimony as to the fact that they only need the 353 parking spaces, I think it is, that they're proposing. And I can't see anything in that testimony that can really make me have a different opinion. And quite frankly, to require 2,000 parking spaces on a site, assuming they were have a much larger site, when you only need 350, is that goes against any logic. It would require the paving of a lot more green area than would absolutely be necessary. So I don't see where that variance is a major consideration, quite frankly. I think they've met the proofs on that. The other variances, I think the board has to look at the testimony and make their own decision. The buildings, the setback of the buildings, they're going to be about 55 feet from the Deal Road property line, not from the curb, but from the property line. And yes, it's going to change the appearance as you drive down Deal Road. There's no question about that. And I think the board members have to decide whether that's going to be a substantial detriment. The other alternative is they could move the buildings back and put the parking up to within 25 feet of the property line, eliminate that variance, and the visual impact could be much greater, particularly since there'd be much more grading that would have to be done in that area. So I think those are things the board has to look at and balance and decide whether or not this site can accommodate the use despite the need for those variances, because that's the standard.
That's what I was going to say. The criteria is to decide whether or not the site can accommodate the uses proposed with the variances.
That's correct.
Not whether or not this is a benefit.
Not whether there's a public benefit. And quite frankly, the issue of public benefit doesn't go to the immediate area surrounding the site. It doesn't even go to the township. The public benefit, the community for public benefit is the entire state. The municipal land use law is a law that's governed for the entire state. And in fact, the board members, when they take their oath, when I take my oath, and when the engineer takes his oath, we take an oath to support the Constitution of the state of New Jersey. We don't take an oath to support what happens locally in Ocean Township. While we have to make that a consideration and look at negative impacts on the surrounding area, the benefits go towards the entire state, not towards just the local, very parochial area of Ocean Township. And I think that's something that the board can consider.
Thank you, Mr. Higgins. Counselor.
Oh, no, Ben, do you have any engineering comments? Do you think?
Yeah.
About standards?
Sure. I agree with Mr. Higgins. There's been a lot of testimony. I've only been here for one out of the 3 or 4 meetings that we've had. But I can say that the applicant has made some concessions that you can consider. They've agreed to address all of the stormwater management comments and all the general comments in my review letter to clean up the plans. And they've also agreed to additional traffic enhancements with the signal modification that was discussed today. That obviously it would be a condition of the approval that they submit that signal modification plan. And I think that is was their proof for not having a detrimental impact on traffic. If the board has any other questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you, Mr. Matlack. Counselor?
Board members, do you want to discuss? Do you want to questions? Considerations?
Jennifer, speak first.
Yeah.
Pardon me? John, what did you say?
Does Jennifer give a closing before we deliver?
Got that. It's getting late. Yeah, the next thing would be Jennifer, right? Unless the board has anything of either Jim or Ben, we'll move to have summation and then discussion and vote.
It's Shawanda, just a quick question for Mr. Higgins. So you mentioned the setback, and then obviously it would be significant. The height, can you just share comments about the height?
Well, the setbacks and the height are related, clearly. I mean, the setbacks, when the ordinance was created, there was an intent that the building not be any higher than a certain amount and the building be set back a certain distance. I think really what you have to look at is the visual impact and whether you think that that additional height because of the setback has a negative visual impact, or whether because the buildings do separate the activity on the site from the surrounding area. You'd be riding down Deal Road, you'd see buildings, you wouldn't see cars parked and students walking and faculty walking around up to within 25 feet of the property line. You're going to have 50 feet of landscaping between the property line and the buildings. And whether you think that's a better alternative than having parking come up to within 25 feet. I actually think they could probably redesign the site and put the buildings back to where they're 100 feet or more back from the property line, but then the parking would all have to come between the buildings and Deal Road instead of having 50 feet of green space and landscaping. And it might be something if you're concerned about the visual impact of the buildings, maybe requiring as a condition of approval, more landscaping, more trees to be put between the building and the property lines to help soften the impact of those buildings.
Ms. Beal, anything else? Thank you,
No,
Mr.
that's it.
Higgins. Okay. Any other board members? All right. Counselor, you're up. You're muted. You're muted.
Let's
That's some people's,
leave it that way.
that's some people's dream. What I said was I'm going to try and keep it brief because I think that my experts, as well as the experts that the board relies on, did as good of a job as demonstrating the reasons why this variance relief is appropriate than I could in argument. But I do want to just point out a couple of things. And you know, Jim said it that, again, well, the protection of the township residents is important. It's only the zoning board is only authorized to do so within the context of the municipal land use law, which is a state law. And it lays out very clearly what the board can consider and what the board can't consider. And for those gray areas, our courts have interpreted it over the years and made holdings that apply. So when we look at this particular site, we have a township that specifically says they prefer to expand school campuses on the same site as opposed to off-site. We're fulfilling that. We're doing that. You have an existing campus that already has integrated into the community, and we're proposing to enlarge it. I'm born and raised in Ocean Township. I still live in Interlaken. I recognize the traffic problem that's on Deal Road and Morris Park Avenue that's exacerbated in the summertime because we happen to have more residents at that point. Nobody likes the amount of traffic that's out there. However, that doesn't fall on the responsibility of the Hillel School. The Hillel School is serving a large majority of Ocean Township residents who are moving here in part because of the school that's here. And when you look at all of the purposes of the municipal land use law that we are furthering, that was testified to by our by our planner, and that was confirmed by your planner. And I note, and this will come into play at the end, there was no contradictory expert testimony. There was a lot of lay opinions of the board and lay opinions of the public as to an increase in traffic, as to ruin the view of the street, as to not wanting to look at buildings, as to light, as to drainage, as to traffic. You had 4 experts who testified to the contrary. And they didn't just make up net opinions. It was based on drainage studies, traffic studies. Every type of request that was made from the board's experts was responded to. And I point out that while the board is not bound to accept the testimony of an expert, a determination to not accept it has to be based on a rational and reasonable basis. And they go on to say even further that unless the board makes a finding that the testimony was unbelievable, incompetent, or conflicting, and they would not only have to make that decision based on the applicant's experts, but also they would have to rule that Mr. Higgins and Mr. Matlack were unbelievable, incompetent, and conflicting. The board can not unreasonably do so based upon bare allegations or unsubstantiated beliefs. So then you look at what the board needs to consider. And the courts have held, our appellate division all the way up to the Supreme Court has held, that when an application is supported in all aspects by expert testimony, and the objectors presented only lay witness testimony, that there would be a negative impact. The board's denial of that application based on that lay testimony cannot overcome the positive testimony of the experts. So while I appreciate that the immediate neighbors, and there are only a few here, and that the immediate neighbors perceive that there will be an impact to them personally, we have expert testimony from 4 different experts that say otherwise. So when you look at the benefits as put forth through the application between the landscaping, the traffic improvements, the drainage improvements, the attempts that were made to accommodate the board's concerns, and you look at the alternatives, which would be meet the setback for the buildings and put parking and blacktop within 25 feet of the curb and reduce the buffer to 25 feet instead of 50 feet, or force the school to expand off-site somewhere, whether it be in Ocean Township or elsewhere, and now have the additional traffic and inefficiencies of the 2 campuses trying to work together as a satellite and main campus. There is uncontroverted testimony that this is the best zoning alternative, and that each and every variance being sought was well thought out and well supported under the municipal land use law. I know there was a lot of discussion about the inherently beneficial use of the firehouse and the inherently beneficial use of the school. And I would agree with Mr. Wagner. Well, the expansion of the school is promoting the expansion of an inherently beneficial use. I agree with Mr. Wagner. That is not the key for you to consider here. The key for you to consider here is, are we demonstrating the positive criteria? Are we demonstrating that we are on point and meeting the goals of the municipal land use law? And we are, as testified to by our planner as well as your own planner. So then the next step is, not is there going to be a negative impact, because there's always a negative impact when there's development. It's impossible to say otherwise. So the legislature, knowing that, said, it's not is there going to be a negative impact. You build a house, there's going to be a negative impact. It's 1 more car. It's a little more water. It has to be a substantial detriment or a substantial negative impact. And it has to be so substantial that it outweighs all the positive elements of what's being promoted here today. Now, again, I understand that there may be members of the board and members who live in that, and the members who live in that immediate area, who feel that this is going to be a personal negative impact on them. That is not what this board is to consider. The board is to consider the overall scope of this application, whether or not we've met the criteria of showing that we meet the purposes of the municipal land use law, and that the site can accommodate this, notwithstanding the fact that we don't meet all of the conditional uses. And regardless of what type of variances we're seeking, that the variances can be granted without substantial detriment to the public good and to the zone plan and to the master plan. I would argue, and it's not just my position, I think it's a matter of fact and would be interpreted as a matter of law, that to deny the variance is based on the uncontroverted testimony of 2 planners, 2 engineers, and a licensed traffic engineer would be undoubtedly arbitrary, unreasonable, and capricious. But aside from all of that, I think that Hillel has become a long-time important community citizen to the Township of Ocean. Just like the Greek Orthodox Church, while people of the Catholic faith or people of the Jewish faith do not go there to pray or to use their schools, having the variety of the types of religious uses and the types of religious schools to serve all of the residents of Ocean Township and the surrounding area is important. So Hillel has been a part of the fabric of Ocean Township since 1994 and is seeking to continue to stay here in the most efficient, most beneficial way of doing so. Does it require some variance relief? It does. But as you heard from all the testimony, we meet, we exceed, all of the professionals agree this is the best zoning alternative and each and every variance can be granted with confidence. So for that, I would ask you to please remember your oath to uphold the Constitution. Remember your oath to follow the municipal land use law and follow the cases all the way up to the Supreme Court to have guided boards from the inception of the municipal land use law, and take heed of the expert opinions and vote in favor. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Mr. Steinberg.
I don't know if the board members want to discuss anything or they're ready to proceed and they've made a decision and proceed to a vote.
Mark, could I ask you a question about one of Jennifer's statements about the standard? Do we have to determine that it's substantially detrimental?
Yes.
Versus the detriments outweigh the benefits?
No, it has to be substantially detrimental for the purposes of the variances that are being requested.
And why is that a different, why is that heightened standard here versus detriments outweigh?
It's not, it's both. And if I can read directly from the statute.
You didn't say both, you just said substantially detrimental, and I want to make sure we.
No, and I apologize. And I'm going to read directly from 4055D-70. No variance or other relief may be granted under the terms of this section without a showing that such variance can be granted without substantial detriment to the public good and will not substantially impair the intent and purpose of the zone plan and the zoning ordinance. The balancing test was an interpretation by our courts, but the statute itself says it has to be a substantial detriment and a substantial impact.
And not be consistent.
No, there is no consistency. This isn't a use variance.
Right.
This isn't.
Clause in that. You said and.
No variance or other relief may be granted under the terms of this section without a showing that such variance can be granted without substantial detriment to the public good and substantial impairment to the intent and purpose of the zone plan and the zoning ordinance. So it has to rise to the level of substantial. A detriment is not enough.
And the balancing test is for uses. We're not here for the balancing test. Does that answer your question? Okay. So did the board members want to discuss? They want to. We need the following votes. So when we talk about this, I guess the first thing we have, we'll limit this to a little bit. The first thing is that they're asking for a D3 variance. A D3 variance will require 5 affirmative votes out of I believe we have 7 members here tonight. 5 affirmative votes of the board, and that deviation, as we know, is from the minimum lot area, minimum front yard setback, and maximum building height are basically the three items that they don't meet in the permitted use in this zone. They don't meet those three conditions,
Mark,
which would permit the
buffer,
proceed.
Mark?
Well, the buffer,
I thought it was in D3, no?
No, the buffer's existing,
The
Mr.
buffer is-
Wagner.
Yeah, the buffer's existing and Jim didn't call it out. It calls it out only as existing. So that it's there and it's been pre-approved, basically. But the lot area, the setback and the height do not meet the conditional uses. You can have a school here under certain conditions. They meet all the conditions except the size of the lot, the height of this building, and the front yard setback on Deal Road. That will require, you have to determine whether or not this use can be accommodated on this site without substantial detriment. And somebody needs to move that, I guess.
I'll move for a positive resolution.
I need a second. I'll second.
Who seconded?
Worrell.
Okay. Let's call the roll.
Oh, so, sorry, Kate, I need you to call the roll, please.
This is only now for you're voting on whether or not to grant a conditional use variance for those three items.
Okay. Mr. Fuller,
I'm going to vote no. There
Mr.
already exists a
Malta.
building that's too, should we say something just so?
Yeah,
you
yes, yes.
understand?
We need the reasons for your
Give
vote.
you some help there, Mark. There's already a building that's too close to the road, in my opinion. I know this board, before I was here, approved it. And the planner pointed out, I think he said this would create a cohesive line. But in reality, to me, it's really a 40-something foot wall that'll be created. And it'll be going away from what we really need to have Deal Road be. Jim, you pointed out, and then Jennifer, you talked about the alternative, right, would be to have cars possibly 25 feet away from the road, which may be true. And you may say that won't look as good. It may be worse impact. I may disagree, but we don't really know, because when I asked Mr. Sharo, the first, actually the second meeting, what else was considered, he said nothing else was considered. So when we think about having these buildings so close to Deal Road, and it's not the front of a building, it's the back of the building. So maybe perhaps putting cars between the road and the buildings would create fronts of buildings that we'd be looking at, and could create something much more desirable. We don't know. So I'm going to be voting no.
okay. Mr. Malta,
So before there's any testimony in the case, looking at just the application, it looked like a lot was being asked, particularly with the height of the building and the setbacks. But given the weight of the testimony, all of the professional testimony, and having to give that some weight and not disregard it, I feel constrained to vote yes.
Mr. Manel,
I think weighing the testimony, as it's been presented, I am inclined to also vote yes.
Mr. Van Wagner,
So I think Mr. Fuller probably described it best. I think you look at the site. I mean, I think the detriments substantially outweigh the benefits here, and I vote no.
Ms. Beal,
Sorry, I was looking at my notes there. I do have a question for, I guess, Mark, for our attorney. I understand the expert testimony, the oath of a board member in terms of the substantial, I guess, outweighing it, but then also looking at comments that were made, for example, by Mr. Fuller. And when I look at the design, is there a way to have it where there could be, for example, a change with the plan in terms of the green space, possible more of a setback? Because I understand that
Okay,
there may
No,
not.
this is,
I can cut it real short. The answer is, this is what they're proposing, and this is what you're voting on.
So unless it's substantial,
Yeah, they're not proposing anything else. So, I mean, you have to decide whether or not they met the legal criteria for the purposes of a D3 variance in the areas of lot size, building height, and front yard setback along Deal Road. That's all we're voting on right here. There can be proposals later on as part of the site plan approval for something else or more landscaping, something to that effect. You can buffer that up, but at this point, we're only voting on the D3.
okay, then yes.
Okay.
Mr. Mamie,
I also echo what Mr. Malta had said. You know, based on the weight of the testimony of the professionals, and I just want to add one more thing is, you know, a lot of the aesthetic concerns are subjective, and in my mind, I try to be objective in these situations more than subjective. And, you know, what one person may deem unsightly is, you know, somebody else may think is really nice looking. So with that being said, I'm also inclined to vote yes.
and Mr. Worrell.
Listening to the testimony, I'm voting for the better good for the school and for the fire department, what they perform. My vote is yes.
Right. That's 5-2. You need 5 affirmative votes. Ms. Krimko, you've received them. Now let's go on to the bulk variances. Now, anybody, and there's two people, it was John and Richard, who voted no, can still vote on the bulk variances or against the bulk variances. I guess the first question I have, and I'll tell you what the bulk variances are. I don't know if you're all going to vote the same way on all the variances. So that we have to, I don't want to do a vote on each variance.
Mark,
But yes.
is it possible that to bifurcate just the conditional use and just vote for the site and the bulk together at this point?
Well, I don't know if they want to vote for the bulk variances. What do you mean? What do you mean?
I'm going to vote no on the rest of this application.
Well, okay, not you in particular.
I mean, I'm not trying to.
No.
No, but Mark, what I'm saying is a board member could make a motion to approve the site plan with the bulk variances as is typically done, and the board could vote on that.
We can do that, but I don't know if they're all going to vote the same way. We have sign variances, we have soil removal, and curbs and parking size, and parking number of parking spaces. I don't know if anybody's going to vote different on different variances.
Okay, and you never know that.
Well, I'm
I've
asking
never
the
been,
board.
I've never been to a board where they voted individually on variances.
I
But hey, Jim, Mark, can I suggest something? I'm not really opposed to the other operational parts of the proposal, so I don't think.
If somebody wants to make a motion to approve all the variances.
I'm saying, so like, we can't do them in bulk a little?
Yeah, all of them. Somebody want to make a motion to approve all the variances, the bulk variances, different criteria. We only need 4 out of 7 votes here.
Yeah, I mean, we're gonna get that.
I don't know. It's what I'm asking is
somebody's got to make a motion.
Someone needs to make a motion. Someone needs to make a motion.
I'll make a motion.
These are all the bulk variances. Okay.
I'll second it.
Call the roll.
Okay, Mr. Fuller,
Yes.
Mr. Malta,
Yes.
Mr. Manel,
Yes.
Mr. Van Wagner,
No.
Ms. Beal,
Yes.
Mr. Mamie,
Yes.
Mr. Worrell.
Yes.
Okay, so that's 6-1. So the bulk variance is carried. And I guess the last thing we have to vote on is the site plan and the subdivision. There's a subdivision here also, right? So it's a site plan and subdivision. What conditions are we looking for on the site?
I can summarize the conditions, and I think they can be the conditions of both.
Go ahead. Yeah, well, I'm gonna take them together.
It would be that we would commit to changing the signal head to provide for the dedicated left turn on the north and southbound on Roller Road and Poplar. It would be subject to submitting a plan to the review and approval of the board engineer, who would work in concert with the township engineer if he deemed necessary.
And you're gonna pay for it, applicant to pay for it.
Yes, I just said that.
And I think it also involved moving poles, not just the signal.
Correct, Mark.
Whatever's
I'm not-
involved.
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean, it's all part of the records. I'm not sure why we have to repeat it, but I'm happy to do it again.
No.
So then,
I have that one.
okay.
Does anybody want, Ms. Beal was talking about additional landscaping or something to mitigate.
You asked what conditions the applicant is proposing, so I'm just trying to give you those.
Give me the applicants and then we'll get from the board members. Go ahead.
The applicant agrees to comply with the stormwater and the traffic comments in the CME letter as testified to today.
There you go.
I think that covers it because that included everything with the sidewalks and all that stuff. So that's
landscaping is subject to a plan being approved by our planner and engineer, but I don't know.
As it always is.
But I don't know if Ms. Beal wants additional landscaping. There was something about, does anybody want an enhancement of the landscaping?
Yeah, so if I could join in there, I think Jim had said something.
Right. Thank you.
Somebody's
still awake.
Of adding some additional landscaping to soften the look. So I don't know if Jim wants to say anything specific, or I would be perfectly happy also to move. Jim is muted, but I would be happy to move. He's muted, but I would be happy to move to make it subject to,
supplemental landscaping to the planner's satisfaction to lessen the impact of the setback onto the road.
The applicant would be happy to agree to that.
Anything else, Jim, you're looking for?
Nope, I don't think so. I think that's it.
In that case, I would make that.
Juan, does that cover you?
Yes.
Okay, because you were concerned about that, if we could do something more. All right.
I would make that motion.
That subdivision site plan subject to those 3 conditions and the general the conditions of our planner and engineer in their letters.
Correct.
I need a second.
I'll second Manel.
Thank you. Call the roll, please.
Mr. Fuller,
I guess I'll vote yes, although I kind of think it's weird that we have to wait for applicants to come along to fix the traffic problems that exist in Ocean. It's really something that should be taken care of on its own, so that when an applicant comes along, we can really judge whether or not it's going to be impacting the best conditions we have rather than the current terrible conditions we have. So that being said, I don't want to vote no and then somehow not have this intersection be improved. So I vote yes.
Mr. Malta,
Yes.
Mr. Manal,
Yes.
Mr. Van Wagner,
I agree with John. I have to go with safety first. I'll vote yes.
Ms. Beal,
Yes.
Mr. Mamie,
Yes.
Mr. Worrell.
Yes.
So the site plan and subdivision are approved with those conditions.
Thank you very much for the board's time and consideration.
Thank you, Counselor. And I also would like to thank, in the lateness of the hour, all the board members for hanging in here tonight and getting this this case done with. With that being said, I need a second roll call.
Well, you need a motion before you do that. Motion to adjourn.
Close.
I need a
We don't have any more
motion,
cases tonight.
No.
motion to close
Motion.
or motion to adjourn.
I move to adjourn.
Need a
Second.
second.
Okay, Mr. Fuller,
Yes.
Mr. Malta,
Yes.
Mr. Manal,
Yes.
Mr. Van Wagner,
I think he's
Mr.
gone.
Van Wagner,
He's gone.
I think
You
he's
left already.
Ms. Beal,
Yes.
Mr. Mamie,
Yes.
Mr. Worrell.
Yes.
All right, and there you have it.
Thank
Good
you,
night,
everyone.
everybody.
Thank you,
Good night,
everyone.
everyone.
Good night.
Night.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.